using um, rotation, centrifugal force, distributing it only on 180 degrees of a circle. So this mechanism, when it's achieving flight and stuff like that, is independent from gas pressure, air. Um, it doesn't use these.
I was chatting a minute ago with some people about buoyancy. I don't know whether any of the guys are on the VC or not. It'd be interesting to see what people have to think about buoyancy.
Requires air pressure.
Requires air pressure. What about underwater? Is that you, Red One? The vacuum chamber.
Yeah, if you don't have air pressure on top of your water, you don't have water, do you?
Well, it depends how much air pressure you have.
Well, go ahead
Don't need very much.
Go ahead and figure it all out for me, since you know all the answers.
Well, you only need about like 1/10 of a psi. The water will stop evaporating.
Well, there you go. Perfect balance, aren't we?
We are in perfect balance.
Nothing to do with floating around in it. Nothing to do with floating around in an ever-expanding vacuum chamber. That's for sure.
Well, that's right. We've got about 14 psi of atmospheric pressure, but what do we need for water? Hang on, I'm just looking it up now.
Remove that, and your density all goes away.
What about underwater?
I just told you need air pressure to have water.
No, but what about under the water?
Well, you don't have water unless you have air pressure.
Well, you'd have water without air at all.
Sure, if you seal it in a container, if you remove the lid from the container, then you need air as the lid of the container.
Yeah.
So no gotchas with me today, son. How's your density going?
Well, it's interesting density, isn't it? Once you get underwater, the density is constant. The pressure changes, the density is almost constant, all the way right down to the bottom of the deepest water we've ever seen. Unless you start to mix salts and things in and make it a bit thicker.
The water isn't air then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. But it's quite similar.
Oh, good.
It's a fluid.
You don't have to mix the two together.
Yeah, it has buoyancy. Things float differently in water depending on the pressure.
Yeah, nothing to do with gravity. You said it.
Yeah. Well, except little g, right? Little g keeps poking up everywhere.
You said everything under pressure and keep nothing to do with gravity. You said pressure.
Pressure, yeah. But the pressure's there, right? It gets more the further down we go. There's something going on.
Yeah, water has weight.
It's weight. What's weight?
The pressure pressing down on it.
Ah, so you got a bit of a circular definition there. That's a bit of a challenge, right? You need to know why that.
Figure it out so you can come up with a gotcha for us, because it's not going to work.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting thing that the so buoyancy. Archimedes says that to float something, you need to displace the same amount, the same weight of water. To float a boat, you've got to displace the same amount of water. And he's kind of right, but he's not fully right. He didn't really know why that was the case, did he? He didn't know about pressure and about the pressure gradient of water. And that's what causes buoyancy, right? It's the pressure gradient. If you don't have that gradient, there is no buoyancy. There's no buoyancy in air and there's no buoyancy in water.
You said it. Without a container, there's no air pressure.
No, I didn't say that at all. You said that. I said without a gradient, there's no buoyancy.
Without what? A pressure gradient?
Yeah.
Oh, so without a container, there's no pressure gradient.
No. Water doesn't.
Yeah, because you're invoking an infinite volume otherwise. Do you think you have an infinite volume with a pressure gradient that's Earth?
No, I'm talking about water. Or even
water needs a container too.
I told you, water needs air pressure to be water. So,
we can seal off.
Put it in a solid container, but you still need to suck every little drop of air out of there if you can.
How big's your vacuum chamber, Red One? It's only like small, right? Like a half a cubic meter or something like that, isn't it? It's not a big container.
Probably about that.
You can't run away from the V in PV NRT.
Yeah.
So what if What if the container was as big as a room? What if you could seal off a room?
What about it?
Now it's time to cope, huh?
He's been down this road before.
You back, Sefu. Is that Sefu or Lou? Sorry. I have trouble with the American accents. So, if you were to seal off a room, right, and measure the pressure, why would there be a gradient in a room?
If it's a dynamic system.
Because there's still air pressure in there. If it was a true vacuum, it would collapse in on itself.
Yeah. But why? So if we've sealed off a room, right, we've got PV equals nRT, we've got a sealed walls, we've got a fixed volume. The pressure should...
All right, now introduce a big freaking heat lamp that turns on and off over 12-hour cycles. And also introduce an electrical gradient that goes from the surface up, which could be caused by the sun too.
Okay, so can we do that one at a time? Can we start with the heat?
No, because now we're describing a dynamic system that creates gradients.
Yeah, so you don't want to talk about any of these things in detail then.
You're not going to be able to...
We can discuss them one at a time, though. We can discuss them one at a time, though. If we've got our room, right, and the room's stable, right, so it's not churning, it's not exploding under pressure, the pressure on average is constant, the walls aren't busting out, and we've got a heated floor. What happens on the floor, right? The floor heats, the temperature of the gas on the floor increases. What happens? It expands. How far does it expand? It expands until it matches the pressure of the gas around it.
All right, 3 minutes past the hour, I posted what you're talking about. There's your room, and then there is molecules being warmed up with temperature, and there they go.
Wait on.
Yeah, that was it. You pulled it out quickly. I couldn't find it. Oh, that one doesn't load for me, by the way. I'm going to have to save that one in my files.
Oh, yeah. So what do we got here? Heat added, solid, liquid, gas. So you're talking about the phases of fluid.
Yeah, there's your room.
This is not for an ideal gas, though. We've got liquids here, right?
Okay, well, you got a liquid turning into vapor. I'm showing you all the phases of matter.
Yeah, so we're only dealing with one now, right, though? We're only dealing with one now. We've got gas in a room.
Yeah, well, temperature really kind of causes matter to change phases,
Yeah. But we're already at the gas phase in the atmosphere, right? Well, that's not quite true. Water's a bit of a bugbear because water makes the gas behave like a non-ideal gas because it's so close to the pressure temperature relationship.
Water just destroys everything, dude. Your whole worldview, man.
Yeah, I know, because it goes from gas to liquid.
Water and air pressure destroys the globe, dude.
I don't think so. I think it makes the globe, to be honest. Because there's... And Jedi.
I posted a simulated environment where you got gas temperature gradient, and it's showing faster gas molecules where it's hotter.
Yeah, okay. Is that second picture at 5 past the hour?
Yeah, that's what happens.
Okay, so what's the scale on that one? Have you got some numbers there?
I don't know. The scale is just a simulation. It's just shown, like, this is what happens in the propane tank. Ever have a grill? It's colder on the bottom, and it's warmer at the top of the propane tank. And the propane tank actually goes through cycles inside. Well, inside the liquid propane turns into gas vapor, and it condenses at the top when it cools and falls back down again. So there's your dynamic environment, and it's in a container.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so we don't quite have that in our atmosphere, though, right? Do we? That your average household room is not condensing liquids. It's not at critical pressure.
Right now has 3 temperatures in it. Believe it or not, if I could pull up my stats, you would see I have sensors. In the one,
my HVAC is pretty crappy too. We got cold zones everywhere.
Yeah, I got sun coming through one window, heating it up. I got a wall that I forgot to insulate, so it stays cold. It's just a little tiny piece in a closet.
Yeah, my spare room above the garage gets really, really, really hot during the summer, hotter than the rest of the house.
So this is
So does my
fantastic.
attic.
I'm glad you. What is the pressure of the air in those places? I bet you'll find
Pressure may be the same, you know, just altered temperature and volume is different, and depending on the room. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, well, exactly. And I think
you can
what
do
you'll find,
PVNRT all day. You still need V. You can't run away from V.
You can't. But
No,
what you'll
I'm
find,
sorry.
what you'll find is that regardless of the pressure of the temperature of your environment, that you'll find that you get a pressure gradient regardless of those ambient conditions. That you won't be able to get away from that 10 pascals per meter. No. We're not talking about the container here, or even if it is contained.
Right? Is the room not a container?
Yeah. This is a container.
The room's contained. Yeah. Same deal. If you want the room contained and you heat it, and the pressure everything is stabilized, you will get that same pressure gradient that you'll find that unless you've got like a 1,000-degree furnace on the floor and frozen
what gradient? What are you talking about? A gradient of what?
Gradient.
A pressure gradient in a room in my bedroom?
Yes, the pressure gradient in your bedroom.
Okay, what is that gradient?
The gradient will be approximately 10 pascals per meter. 0.01 hectopascals per meter. If you've got a mobile phone, like a modern iPhone, I guess it would
depend on the temperature, though, right?
No, it doesn't. I mean, that's the interesting thing.
Way hotter at the ceiling than it is at the floor.
Yeah, that's cool. I bet you if you measure this,
gradient. You know why?
The temperature gradient.
Heat rises, so it's on your ceiling. That's why.
Yeah.
Certain places in the country, we put the air ducts in the ceiling blowing down because they need air conditioning most of the year. Certain places we put them in the floor blowing up because we need heat most of the year.
Yeah. No. So what's the difference in the temperature between the floor and the ceiling of your house? 10 degrees Celsius?
I guess it would depend on the day, right?
Yeah. You can pick any day. I don't really care because it doesn't make any difference.
10 degrees? Fuck no.
Celsius.
Oh. That must be a huge ceiling.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Your house, dude. How many stories?
Yeah, it's minus 17 Celsius here right now, bro.
Yeah, okay. But what's in your house? What's the temperature? 20 or 18? I don't know how well your house is heated.
So now
we still use Imperial.
At what level do you want the temperature? You want it at 5 feet or do you want it at 10 feet? Like,
I wanted it at the floor level and the ceiling level. I need both temperatures.
Well, I have a radiant floor, so it's really hot down at the floor, actually.
Yeah, that's nice. Cool. Yeah, no, I've had one of those too. They're excellent. It's really good. It makes all the furniture warm. It's fantastic.
So it turns out it's really, really hard to control for temperature and make it precisely even everywhere. Yeah. Can't do that with your bedroom.
No, but the interesting thing is, right, when you look at the hydrostatics of air, that and the fluid dynamics of air, that if you heat the air up on the floor, it expands. The pressure doesn't really change at all. The biggest driving force of the pressure is the same pressure gradient that you get everywhere else. So whether you've got a heated floor or a heated ceiling, or whether there's wind blowing through your house,
so
or
heat's not
whatever.
The biggest one, right?
Absolutely, it's not. You know, on a global scale, heat has a factor, of course, but it is not the dominant force.
Wow.
The same when you go in an XY direction across the ground.
That's some major BS.
You just say that the sun is not the dominant force on Earth.
Yeah, that's
absolutely. The sun is the dominant force.
Yo, listen,
absolutely.
You don't need a lot of temperature to move a gas molecule, man. You just got to alter the temperature a little bit, and off it goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're very sensitive to temperature. You can't say that it's almost inconsequential. Temperature is the biggest reason you have gradients.
No, it's not. So what is the temperature difference between the floor and the ceiling? Can we go back to that? What is the difference in temperature?
Warmer up top and colder at the bottom.
Mine's probably
right
now in my house.
So can we do it in Celsius? Because I don't do Fahrenheit. I don't get Fahrenheit.
I don't know what 3 degrees in Celsius is then.
Hang on, wait on. I have the power.
This isn't going anywhere.
It's going to.
I mean, what's your
So
claim? What is going on? Are you trying
my
to say that
claim is
gravity creates a gradient?
I'm saying that temperature doesn't create the gradient.
Oh
So-
my gosh.
Yeah. So
Temperature doesn't
where
create a
I am-
gradient. Okay. After I'm done laughing, please continue.
it is not the dominant force. So where I am now, I'm in Australia. Outside, it's 14 degrees Celsius, which is 14 C. Oh, hang on. 14 C.
I'm hoping this is recorded. Is it recorded? The audience
Yeah.
listening? Oh, good.
So
All right, so
14
go on.
degrees.
Tell us how gas doesn't care about temperature. We'll tell you how gas
Oh, no,
doesn't care about
gas-
gravity.
Gas cares about temperature. There's no doubt about that because we have PV equals nRT. So
All right,
we've
but
got
it's
14
insignificant,
degrees
you're
C
saying.
here.
Continue.
Yeah, so we've got 14 degrees C here outside temperature, which is 57 Fahrenheit. And I reckon my ceiling might be 20. It's a bit warmer, which is 68. So we have a 4 Celsius temperature difference. So 20 Fahrenheit between the floor and the ceiling, right? What difference in pressure would that make if we had a closed container?
I'm not going to do the math right now.
Now, I can tell you the math. So the math is on absolute pressures. So if we turn this into absolute temperatures, so 20 degrees Celsius is 200.
So no relative.
It's 283 Kelvin, and 14 is 279 Kelvin, something like that. So we've got 6 Kelvin in 270. That's the difference in pressure we would get from the temperature, like 1%.
So
But
in Celsius, since I'm writing something right now, if you're touching water, what's hot to the touch, not boiling? What number approximately?
In Celsius,
Yeah,
water starts to feel hot.
like hot where you don't want to put your
I-
finger in it.
So I've got a little blow up spa at the back, and when it's 37 Celsius, it's just nice to get into. When it's too hot, we have a rule in Australia that your water going into showers and things like that has got to be tempered to, I think it's 55 degrees Celsius, because beyond that, it might get hot enough to burn. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm just writing temperature gauges for a machine, and I need to know when we should be warning people if the coolant is too hot.
Yeah, so I think if it's above 55 or 60 degrees, it gets to the point where it's too hot, and 70 can actually start to cause burns. But that's just those numbers have got no real factual basis. That's just my gut feel for where those things are. I'll Google Australian rules for you.
You heard of Avogadro's law and gas laws?
Yeah, I have.
Yep. So here I just posted a picture to illustrate this. You got 3 different kinds of gases. 3 different atomic weights, if you want to call it that, right? 3 different molecular densities or sizes. Okay. And we've got the same temperature and the same volume, but the pressure is also the same on all sides of the box.
Yep. Different ends, right?
Yep. And the pressure's the same, matchy across all 3, top, sides, and bottom.
Yep.
Okay. The end.
Well, no, not really.
Yeah. So if you're thinking gravity's causing a gradient differential, then why don't we have only like nitrogen down here? Why aren't we breathing nitrogen? It's a bit heavier than oxygen, isn't it?
Yeah. So when you're reading about Avogadro, it would have been, I think it was Avogadro that came up with the idea of partial pressures of gases. So each gas exerts its own pressure independently of the others. And so it doesn't matter what.
So we don't have pools of nitrogen gas that we're choking on.
No.
Right. So, I mean, gravity is inconsequential. Temperature is actually not inconsequential.
Well, why is gravity inconsequential? How does temperature explain
I don't know why. It just isn't. I mean, look, you can't put a scale inside one of these boxes that I just showed and demonstrate and pour gas on it. You know what I mean?
No, not really.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's all right.
yeah, you can't put a scale inside of one of these boxes and pour like oxygen on it or helium on it and weigh it.
You could probably weigh the box of gas.
Okay, well, you need a container, right? And that box is displacing what's around it, and that container has a certain density to it, right? And you've got different densities because they're different gases.
Mm.
So
but if we know the volume of the container,
relative density, intermediate, disintermediation is the name of the game. It's not a mystical space gravity called, or mystical force called space gravity.
So the whole buoyancy thing is just caused by relative density. There's nothing else.
Yeah, Archimedes was pretty smart, wasn't he? That Archimedes guy. He didn't discuss a gravitational force at all, and not in any of his written equations.
He didn't quite get the full picture, though, did he?
Well, it wasn't useful because nobody was thinking that the same thing where you drop a pencil and watch it hit the floor is also causing planets to move in the sky. That came much later, which is insane.
Yeah. But we don't have to go as far as planets. We can talk about water.
You think it's the same thing, so we should probably bring it into planets.
Well,
yeah, that's how goofy this is, right? Really goofy.
We need to understand what's going on around us before we look at the planets, though.
Yeah, well, we do understand. We understand that gas follows Brownian motion.
Yes.
That's why you can't pour gas on a scale inside a box and weigh it, because of Brownian motion.
Yeah, but that motion causes the pressure, though.
Yeah, right? And you alter the temperature and suddenly you have a different outcome, way different outcome. You can't alter gravity and show a different outcome, can you?
No. I can't alter gravity.
No. Yeah.
I can alter acceleration. So we've got our gases.
Yeah,
right?
you can drop something or throw it up in the air. That's not altering gravity.
He's got a good imagination, that's all, dude.
Oh, boy.
You're making these claims, not me. You're making all this stuff up. I haven't actually claimed anything other than temperature doesn't cause the pressure gradient.
Yeah, we got bold claims straight from science textbooks, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, you made the claim temperature doesn't have anything to do with pressure gradients, so you were proven wrong. So
No. I said it's not the dominant force in the pressure gradient.
Thanks, Avogadro.
So, what happens when we heat gas at the floor? It gets hotter, right? The temperature goes up. What happens to the pressure of the gas in a room? So we can assume our room is open, right? We've got our floor heating on. What happens to that gas when we heat it?
Gas wants to move away from denser areas, so it moves away from the floor or the walls, and then it hits the walls on the opposite side, and it ricochets and pings all over the place.
We heat the gas and it wants to expand, right?
It wants to equalize to fill the volume, V. You need a volume for it to expand into.
It wants to
freely.
Otherwise, it goes on for infinity.
Yeah, that's right. So the gas that we're heating on the floor is trying to expand out to fill its volume. What's stopping it? Why doesn't it just expand out?
It does expand out until it hits the wall.
But what if there's no walls? What if we're in the atmosphere? What if your house, you've got the door open, right? Why doesn't
You're saying an infinite volume again? Infinite volume?
Yeah. Or a very large volume.
You don't have to be infinite. You don't have water on Earth, then goodbye oceans.
No, you're going far too far ahead.
Infinite volume? Are you serious? You don't think? Oh boy!
Can I tell you what happens? So
infinite
the gas
volume,
gets heated.
yeah. Show me a PV-nRT equation where V is infinite, and let's do some substitution.
We did some substitution last week. You got that wrong. You got that wrong. So
what did I get wrong?
PV equals nRT, right? We heat the gas locally. It wants to expand. The cold air around it is confining its pressure. But
so gas contains gas?
It does.
Yeah, gas contains gas. Oh, wonderful. All right, please explain.
It does. Okay, so you've heard of the difference between gas diffusion and expansion, right? So I've got this is a fairly gross toilet humor scenario. So I'm standing at my front door. The door is open. my house and the atmosphere at equal pressure, right? Brownlee motion.
You're saying diffusion is containment? That's like literally the opposite.
Wait.
Like, if I say, "Hey, I got something," I'm going to grab a bucket of water.
I did not say that.
Through the bucket.
I did not say that.
Well, you said diffusion. So I got a bucket of water.
I asked you about
water through the walls. Is that a good bucket? Is that even a good container?
Come on, let me finish my story.
I'm sorry.
I've thought about this
Okay.
for a long time.
Well, I just shot it down before you got it out.
So I'm standing at the door, right? The door is open. The inside house pressure and the outside house pressure is the same. On average, even with Brownlee in motion, gas molecules are only very slowly moving from outside to inside, and at the same rate, they're moving from inside to outside, mostly because they're banging into each other, right? So as they try to come out the door, they're hitting gases that are already outside the door and bouncing back in. So the net movement, if I was to paint half my gas molecules red, they would only move slowly out the door.
How do you know they're moving back in, dude?
Well, so the scenario I'm going to paint here is that the Jehovah's Witnesses have come to meet me, and I've dropped my guts in the house. I let one rip, and it takes 3 or 4 seconds for them to smell it, right? Because the gas can only move slowly through the air because of all the other gases. If we're in a vacuum, that thing had ripped through, and they'd know it straight away. So gases, the migration of gases through the atmosphere is slowed by the other gases that are present.
Yeah, so that's not contained, is it?
So you can see. No, it's not contained, but it's slowed. So you can see that with
gas doesn't contain gas.
No, but it does slow the transfer, right? It's
not a container.
It's not permanently contained.
Cold keeps
you can't even use
house, right?
Yeah, imagine trying to use liquid to contain oxygen. I mean, what the heck, dude?
It keeps
liquids are denser than gas, and they can't contain gas.
It stops the immediate expansion of the gas at unlimited rate, right?
Would you say liquid does a better or worse job than gas at slowing the expansion of gas?
I don't know, man. If I open my door, dude, and I let the heat out, it gets cold in here real fucking fast, man.
Yeah. But once it's reached equilibrium, not much happens, right? Once the inside and the outside is the same temperature and pressure, nothing much is going on. There's nothing coming in, there's nothing coming out, right?
Yeah, but it was heated before we started, though, right?
Yeah. But if you were to, then if you were to turn your heater on again, it would take a long time for the heat to flow out, right? It doesn't instantly shoot out and fill the entire room. It takes a while for the heated air to spread through the rest of the room to establish those currents and things like that, because the rest of the air is stopping that hot air from moving. You get stratification layers and stuff like that, inversion layers and that sort of thing. At a bigger scale, even in a room, you get the hot air pooling at the top.
Though, right? But it's not stopping, right?
Yeah, the room is stopping it. The room is what stops the gas from expanding to infinity.
Yes, the room is stopping it. Yes. No, but the gas is slowing
claim like an infinite gas sludge. And even then, it's still expanding through it. I mean, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You've got a denser medium called liquids, called fluids, that don't contain gas.
No, gas is a fluid, but
except it's unbonded. So fluids are, right?
Liquids and fluids.
Okay, liquids. Excuse me. Yep. So gas has a much harder time moving through denser liquids.
Yeah, the gas flows, right, and can be influenced by other gas flows. So we can flow.
How about you take the L, man?
I missed that. Sorry, what was?
Just take the L, dude. I mean, this is not going well.
What L?
The loss.
No, I'm not going to take the loss.
You're describing a very, very non-contained environment.
Well, it can be contained or not contained. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it does.
We can talk about...
absolutely matters. V governs basically the boiling point or cavitation point of water, for example. I mean, V is a very powerful factor.
Boiling. So...
Like you explain how gas fills a container. I get it.
Yeah, you can take water in a little syringe and cap it with your thumb and pull on the syringe, and then you can watch the water start to cavitate, and that's like boiling off. It's trying to turn into vapor and escape. So you're just altering V at a very small scale, right? Now imagine a plunger the size of the universe sucking the entire world's air and oceans up.
Okay.
And he hasn't even entered gravity into this yet. Like, what the fuck?
Where? Yeah. But imagine
all supposed forces.
What happens when what happens when you stop pulling with your thumb? So you pull it and it starts to bubble. What happens when you stop?
Well, now you got a fixed volume, right? In a container.
Yep, and you get equilibrium again.
And meanwhile, your universe is expanding in volume too.
Well, like I said, we're just talking about what's going on the ground.
I mean, I'm sorry you have to defend this crappy Baltard model, but keep going.
I'm
happy. Expanding plunger universe, expanding volume.
Hey, I'll confess, I'm happy to say that we don't understand the universe.
Right? No, we don't. We don't understand Jack, man. It's why
we
here.
haven't.
You can pretend though. Keep going, bro.
Right since the steam age, we've had a good handle on the behavior of gases and energy and entropy and things like that. But Carnot and those guys sussed things out a long time ago. They developed the laws of thermodynamics. They had a good handle on what was going on. So when we've got the gases, whether it's in our closed room or whether it's our doors are open and we're talking about the atmosphere, if we heat something locally, the gas is going to try and expand. The cooler gas around it will try and keep it contained, and the pressure of the warm gas.
The gas cools off. It's not like you got a cold gas molecule that sees a hot gas molecule and shoves it away. The gas just goes into a cooler region and cools off.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? So we're talking about the bulk behavior of gases here, not individual molecules, right? So PV equals nRT.
I'm talking about both.
Does not talk about an individual molecule. It's about the behavior of the gas as a whole.
Right. So it's never been demonstrated that gravity provides an environment where the elastic collision of gas molecules occur. Now I want you to model that for me and show me how ridiculous that is. Because now gravity is acting in the reverse manner of entropy, right? Because it's no longer gas diffusion or dispersion. It's about gas consolidation or condensing.
Well,
so in your worldview, gravity is responsible for condensing gas. I mean, that's how ridiculous it is.
It reduces the volume and
reduces the volume?
Its movement. Yeah. But why is entropy a problem?
Well, it's a problem because gas behavior is the opposite of the negative entropic effects, or gravity's a negative entropic effect on gas. That's what the problem is.
Yeah, I'd agree that generally gravitational forces reduce the entropy of gases, yes. Why is that a problem?
Because we don't see that. Nobody has demonstrated that. Nobody's witnessed that.
Witness what?
You imagine it, dude.
Yeah, you're imagining the negative entropic effects of gravity on gas. It's never been shown to happen anywhere.
So then it's not a problem?
Not for us. I mean, because it doesn't exist.
So gases at higher pressure and temperature at the surface don't have less entropy overall, or what?
Due to gravity.
I'm trying to work out why entropy is a problem here.
Well, it's a problem for gravity and gas because.
Okay, right, yeah. So you're saying that if gravity was a thing, it would reduce the entropy of the gas. Because it's pulling.
That's your claim, yeah. I mean, you think gravity compresses gas?
Yes.
And that's never been proven or shown to exist anywhere.
Well, the pressure gradient is there. We can't. There's no temperature relationship that can explain it.
Well, you got a disintermediation of different sized gas molecules, right? Like nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, helium, argon, fluorine.
How does that apply to PV equals nRT? Where does that come in?
Well, so you've got basically an inhomogeneous mix of gases that have not stratified due to gravity.
Yeah. Why would they stratify due to gravity?
Well, because in your worldview, there'd be a higher higher attraction between the heavier masses of atomic weights of nitrogen and oxygen than there would against helium. And we're not swimming around in pools of nitrogen right now.
Well, they get the same energy from the surroundings.
You breathe in nitrogen, you breathe in argon, you breathe in oxygen, you breathe in a little bit of helium, you breathe in all these noble gases too.
Yeah, but PV equals nRT says it doesn't really matter what the molecular weight of the gas is. It's only how many molecules there are.
Right.
So we've got all these.
Where's gravity? There's no gravity in any of the gas laws. Gravity's not a variable.
That's correct.
Yeah. So where's your proof?
That's describing an ideal gas, right? Just floating around in space in a box.
Okay.
So we've got these ideal gases. Yep. So we've got these ideal gases floating around in a box.
In a container.
And I can make a box like that, right? I can make a container like that. I can shut all the doors in my house. I can tape all the windows shut. I can tape everything shut. There's no gases coming in and out. The house is containing the gases. Why do I get the pressure gradient in my house? Why can I measure that? I can get my mobile phone out. I can measure the pressure gradient.
Yeah,
doesn't matter how hot it is, how cold it is, the pressure gradient is always the same.
I'd say there is a temperature gradient.
Oh, the temperature gradient for sure. But it can't explain the pressure gradient. No, it's not. It's not the gradient.
Because you say it's not.
Because the temperature difference between the roof of my house and the bottom, in absolute terms, because PV equals nRT, that is absolute temperature and absolute pressure. The temperature difference is 2 or 3 in 270. So there's not a significant pressure difference caused by temperature.
In your opinion, okay.
No, according to the ideal gas law.
All right, well, show me how it's not caused by temperature when there is a temperature differential.
Oh, yeah, I just explained that.
I know, but that's not feasible. Like, if you have a temperature differential, just because you can't measure that there's a pressure change doesn't mean that there isn't one. Like, you go outside,
there is a pressure change.
Ambient air pressure changes throughout the day and all day, and especially more throughout the seasons.
Yeah, but the gradient doesn't.
No, it does change too.
A very small amount compared to the absolute.
It changes.
Yeah. The gradient is essentially constant.
It's a dynamic system, bro.
Yeah, it's not a constant, but it's very dynamic.
Yeah. But the pressure gradient is one of those things that is almost constant.
Almost.
Way beyond any temperature difference.
It's constant, but it's not constant, guys. There's also an electrical gradient. Oxygen in particular is really sensitive to electromagnetic disturbances.
Not at that bulk scale.
Oh, well,
oxygen only has those electromagnetic.
Still it only has gravity here, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, electrical forces are 40 orders of magnitude greater than what gravity is supposed to be.
Yeah, but we can measure them.
Yeah, so where's gravity? You said temperature is insignificant. Gravity is what's supposedly insignificant here in your own model.
So you mentioned oxygen today, Amish. Yeah.
That's a good job of disproving gravity, though, bro. Thanks.
Yeah.
So when we get oxygen into the equation, right? You're right, it does have these diatomic properties, but not in a bulk gas. If we were to electrically charge our rooms, put 100 volts or 500 volts or 1,000 volts electrical potential between the ceiling and the floor, it wouldn't cause oxygen to migrate between the top and the bottom. It only has these properties at the molecular level, not as a free gas.
So what we've created here is an argument for a dynamic system in an environment that is restrained by volume.
Well, it can be restrained by volume, or it can be the whole atmosphere. It can be whatever you like. It's just what we see around us. This is how it behaves.
Well, we don't have any demonstration of gas containing gas as a container for gas.
Well, we can
Or
see
gravity
gas
acting on
slows gas down. The kinetic theory of gases tells us that if we expose gases to each other, they will have an impact on the diffusion rate. And that's what it is,
That's
right?
a bad container, isn't it? Jeez.
Yeah, it's a poor container, but it does slow things down. So if you heat gas
It's
in
not
one
even a
area,
container in that case.
no, it's just a slowing down. Yeah. If I was to let oxygen go in a vacuum, the average molecular speed of oxygen is like,
So why hasn't our gas escaped into
100 meters
the
of
infinite vastness of outer space after billions of years?
Ah.
So now you're going to invoke gravity, and you're back at that problem again.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it, right? There's something pulling the gas down. Because the gradient can't be explained with temperature, right? Why doesn't gas at, say we go up to 10 kilometers, right? We've already lost 2/3 of our air pressure by 10 kilometers. We've gone from 1,000 hectopascals to
10
a couple of hundred.
kilometers off.
I'll explain
from
real
where?
quick, okay? And I'm going to end this.
From the surface.
Gas is a different gradient up there because it's moved further away from the surface. There's more space to move. It's denser at the surface of the containment. You move away from that, you got more space
the
to move.
gradient changes as you go up. Yeah, the gradient's not linear.
Up from where?
That's it.
Go up,
Yeah, up from
the
where?
surface.
Sea level or the core of the Earth? Where are you measuring?
From the surface. From the surface.
That's a problem. Because you said, because your claim would be the core of the Earth would be the starting point.
For what?
For your zero.
Zero for what?
For the gradient.
No, zero for the gravitational force.
It would start at where?
But not for
the sea level, which varies widely all over the Earth of a globe, or the core of the Earth, astrophysically.
So the gravitational acceleration varies from the core of the Earth. The gradient only varies from sea level because
it varies from the core. So it's not just a one-for-one relationship, a linear. So how do you calculate lunar gravity and stuff like that then? If we're not using the core, what we're using surface level.
So which gravity? Lunar gravity?
Yeah. So lunar gravity is pulling up, or is being trapped by the Earth. The Earth is pulling on the Moon. The Moon is pulling the Earth, and you calculate that off sea level.
No, in that case, you'd use the center of the Earth as the value. Yeah, because the Moon is far away, right? So you look at the centers of masses of the two objects. The same with people at like if you're walking around, you want to work out what your gravitational attraction would be according to what Newton noticed.
Which would be what, the core?
To the center of the Earth. Yeah.
Okay, so you're using sea level as your demonstration. You see a problem there?
So, well, we use sea level.
Why do you think sea level is your core?
No, so we're talking about sea level because we're talking about the atmosphere, right? And that's where the atmosphere starts.
Yeah, and the pole.
And for all practical purposes, there's almost zero change in the gravitational attraction, let's forget about gravitational attraction. We'll talk about acceleration, right, due to gravity, whatever gravity happens to be. If we drop something at sea level, it accelerates at about 9.8 meters per second squared. If we drop something at 25 kilometers, it accelerates at round about 9.8 meters per second squared.
Except for gas,
very well, except for gas. Well, it's your claim. I think gas is subject to that as well.
It dropped at 9.8 meters per second.
The news I'm posting today: quantum gravity could help unite quantum mechanics in general.
Like I said, Crit, that my opinion is that we don't understand gravity yet, and gravity and cosmology are where we're trying to work out what the hell is going on, right? But we can see all these relationships around us that we do understand, but we don't know the cause yet. So we know that the cause of the pressure gradient is not temperature. We know that it's something else, and it seems to correspond to the rate that other things fall to the ground, that there's a direct relationship.
Just like gravity stops water from flowing, right?
Yeah. So it's a weird thing, right?
There's more room to move away from the edge of the surface.
Sorry, what was that?
There's more room for gas molecules to wiggle and vibrate and express their artistic renditions freely when they move away from the surface. The further they are away, the more free they are.
Are you talking about the surface of the Earth there?
Yeah.
Yeah. But like you said before,
surfaces of container.
But like I said before, we have Brownwind motion, right? You can grab any sample of gas, and the motion of the gas will match. You can do this all the way up, right? So you can say you can seal off your room at sea level and do the PV equals nRT. You can get out all of your other equations of gas laws, the kinetic theory of gases. You can do all of those calculations. You can work out the free mean velocity and all those things that they do with the Boltzmann constant and stuff. And it will apply to whatever gas you measure in your room, despite the pressure gradient. You go up 10,000 meters. You do the same. You open up your jumbo jet, you shut the doors. It's very low pressure. You do your PV equals nRT. You measure the pressure gradient. It's all there. You go up to 20 kilometers in your Blackbird, do the same deal, let the air in, measure the pressure, measure the temperature, PV equals nRT still works, and the pressure gradient is still there. It's weird.
Yeah, gas.
It doesn't matter, Daza. Here's the problem, really quickly.
I was waiting for that question. No, I haven't done it.
Daza, really quickly, this is not the problem. You keep saying up, so there's no exclusive downward vector for gas, so your whole point is shot by your own example. Thank you, though.
Well, you're kind of right.
To say away, like away from the surface.
So it's talking about buoyancy, right? We started talking about buoyancy.
No, we're talking about buoyancy. You're telling us the gas goes up.
Oh, no, this is where the conversation started. The conversation started at buoyancy. Yeah.
No, the conversation is you're telling us that gas is going up.
Yeah. That's my belief.
Yeah.
That's my belief.
Right.
Yeah.
So gas is going upward, not downward. It's going up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But cool. Have you?
So no gravity then.
Well, it seems to be there that the gradient, the pressure gradient,
you don't even know what gravity is. You said earlier we don't even you have a word for something that happens, but you don't know the cause. So you're using this cause like hoping that it exists, but it doesn't.
Well, yeah, something exists. I don't know what it is. There's something going on there.
What is it? Are you going to call it gravity? Something exists. Why? Because you have an effect?
Oh, yeah, I'm happy to call it gravity. That seems to be the common term. Okay. I can't tell you what it is or why it is. But there's an observable relationship that we can see on the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the cause?
Or near. The cause, I don't know.
Cause? Okay.
I don't know.
So you're not going to invoke some kind of pseudo force, right? You're not going to invoke some kind of pseudo force. That would be stupid, wouldn't it, Daza?
Well, it seems to be that the force is proportional to the inertial mass of the object.
What force?
Whatever the force is.
Yeah, and what force is that?
The force that causes things to accelerate towards Earth.
No, but you just told us things go up. So there's an upward acceleration as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No. This is the cool thing. Can you wait a second? Let me finish, please.
Not really. I've heard this before.
It's important to understand what acceleration
I think I can help you here. Just make a speculation.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I'm speculating here, and I think there's a force that accelerates only certain things in certain directions.
I know. I think there's a force that's accelerating everything in a certain direction.
Everything?
Everything.
So how the fuck does it rain?
The force of accelerating water.
How do you explain water cycle?
So, do you want to go? Can I finish this before I start? So, the water cycle. Where do you want to start the water cycle, Crit?
Yeah, look at the water cycle.
Water? Okay. So we have water on the ground as liquids. Our entropy, low entropy comes in from the sun, heats our water up, our water evaporates into gas. The gases expand out to try and fill their available volume. They get to a point where they eventually will, their energy is reduced. They condense into little droplets.
You just
the buoyancy
they expand though. So how do they condense if they expand?
Well, they bang into each other, and some of them will form little droplets. The atmospheric pressure, the gases pressing onto the water vapor, will also make them come closer together sometimes.
Yeah, you said there's less pressure up there.
Yeah, there's less. Yeah. So
they're expanding into less pressure, but they condense somehow.
Yeah. So they bang into each other. Water's very what's the word that Amish used? It's got a strong dipole, and as the water molecules come close, they're likely to stick together. They're not an ideal gas. So that's the biggest non-ideal behavior of the atmosphere is water. It's the most non-ideal gas in our atmosphere, I think. So those molecules are highly polarized. They come together, they stick into little blobs, and you get these little tiny blobs of water. They're actually liquid water at that stage that we can see, clouds, right? And those clouds are suspended by the pressure of all the gases around them. So that's why you get those flat bottoms on clouds. You ever seen the clouds with the flat bottoms and the fluffy tops? That the air pressure underneath is pushing against the bottom of the clouds with a constant pressure, and the water on the top is pushing down.
You know why they're flat on the bottom? You know why they're flat on the bottom? Because the Earth is flat also.
Good one. Yeah, so the water cycle. So eventually something will happen that either the water molecules will clump together too much or the pressure will drop. So low pressure systems, and the air pressure is no longer enough to hold the water there, and they fall to the ground as rain, and the cycle begins.
Okay, now where's gravity and all that?
It's what brings the
downward force.
So two things. Gravity plays two parts there. It creates the pressure gradient, which means the clouds sit at a certain level. It also provides the ultimate force to bring the water droplets back to the ground.
You don't have gravity, remember?
Well, we've got something. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
No, you don't have anything. You don't have anything.
We call it gravity. I don't know what it is.
You don't have anything.
I can't. And I swear on my heart here, I can't tell you what gravity is, right?
Does it? You don't have anything if you can't even point to what the thing might be. It's like a wishful thinking that you have. It's really kind of sad.
But we can see this thing everywhere, right? That everywhere we
see
look,
things
there's
going
something
up.
going on.
You can see the water going up due to what? Why does the water go up?
It goes up because it's got energy. It's a gas trying to expand. It's got space.
Oh, so now we're back to temperature and energy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it expands out slowly. And this is the thing about the entropy of the atmosphere, right? That if you talk about what's wrong in terms of the second law of thermodynamics, why can't we explain what's going on? You know, if gravity is reducing the entropy of the gas, what's going on? And we've got the sun, right? The sun is pumping in low entropy energy into the environment, and that is the source of low entropy in the environment, and then it gets turned into high entropy as things heat up and shoot out into space. So the water gets heated up by the sun effectively, as it either hits the ground or the sun heats it through the air, and it expands as water vapor, as a gas, and it expands slowly because the other gas molecules are slowing it down. It can't just shoot through the air unlimited because there's gas around it, and gas has collisions. That's what the kinetic theory of gas says, and that it slows the overall expansion of the water vapor. But eventually, it gets pulled back. It's like one of those, theme park rides where they shoot you up in the air. You're even though you're going upwards, so you get shot up by a big jet of stuff, and and it's over in a half a second, right? You get 10 Gs of acceleration, for just a fraction of a second, bang, up you go, right to the top and fall back down. That entire time, you're accelerating towards the ground, even though you're moving upwards. And that's what's happening to those gases. They're going upwards, but they be accelerated downwards.
They're going upwards, but they're accelerating downwards.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Bro.
And that's what acceleration is. The rate of change of velocity, right? So I can give you a good example that you might want to...
Have you ever heard of double speak before? Can you give me a definition of double speak?
Probably not.
I don't think it's double speak to say you're being accelerated in a different direction than you're traveling.
Yeah. So imagine you're walking along, right? And I think I might have used this one with you before, Red One or Crit, that you're walking along and someone's grabbed you by the ear and they're just gently pulling on your ear, right? And you don't want your ear to be turned off. So you just limit the amount of pain you're prepared to suffer in your ear. You'll walk around in a circle, right? If they just keep pulling in your ear constantly. And that's a constant acceleration inwards towards your ear.
I can define double speak if you want.
Yeah, thank you.
It's language that's intended to deceive while pretending not to. That's by William Lutz. He wrote a book about doublespeak.
Oh, there you go. That's what we heard.
That's cool.
We're going up at the same time we're going down.
No. We're going up, but we're accelerating downwards. That's what acceleration is. So the other scenario is, say you're walking along, you're on a skateboard, and someone's got you with a bungee, and the bungee is pulling you backwards, and slowly you're slowing down, and eventually you'll go the other direction and follow the bungee, right?
Daza, you're talking about forces. You're talking about physical forces. Do not conflate your non-force with an actual force.
Well, the non-force we're talking about seems to behave like a force for all practical purposes, right? Things accelerate.
The non-force
double speed
that has not been isolated. I'm not going to let you keep begging the question, dude. Either you show us gravity, and I'll give you 5 minutes to show me the experiment, right? We're going to do this again, Daza. 5 minutes to show me the experiment with the isolated cause, right?
I've only
but we're not going to talk about it
an hour and a half. And you're going to... No, yeah, I told you, I can't tell you what gravity is. All I can say is that
we're not going to talk about it anymore.
Everything on the surface of the Earth appears to accelerate downwards, right?
Nope, they don't. They go up. You told us so.
No.
You told us they go up.
No. Things go up, but they're accelerating downwards. Everything is accelerating downwards.
It depends on the medium they're in.
Wait, so you guys think that if things go up even though they accelerate downwards is impossible?
Show it to me and describe that mechanism.
Yeah. So when you're braking in your car, right? When you jam your brakes on in the car, you're accelerating backwards, but you're still moving forwards. That's what acceleration is. It's a rate of change of velocity in the other direction.
I think you should just take the win. Like, these guys literally don't know what acceleration is. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'd take that W.
Yeah, well, we're not denying acceleration.
You're not.
It's the attribution
so acceleration and the direction of your velocity can be different things, right?
You still have a challenge on the table to prove that gravity, not temperature, not volume, not pressure, not anything else, but gravity is responsible for compressing a gas. You haven't done that yet.
Well, why wouldn't it? Do forces compress gases?
Gravity is not a force, and it's never been demonstrated to compress gas.
Why isn't gravity a force?
Because it's never been demonstrated to be the cause of the effect we see of acceleration.
But
and it's also not something that acts upon gas molecules.
You think that gravity doesn't cause an acceleration?
Dude, you can imagine it all you like, man. Show us.
It's necessary in your worldview in order to link the phenomenon of dropping a toothbrush into a sink with the motion of Jupiter in the sky. You guys think it's the same thing.
Well, you said that gravity hasn't been demonstrated to be a force, and I'm wondering what you mean.
Well, a man named Einstein came along and basically upended Newtonian physics. If you want, we can pull up quotes by the Yale University chair of physics, who said that Einstein replaced
gravity
Newtonian physics.
To be a force.
And he explains why it's not a force. Because Einstein described gravity as a feature of space-time itself.
But he also described relativity as a geometric expression of the world.
I don't understand the problem.
How can you understand anything, dude, when you just talk over everybody? I understand that you're triggered, but how can you understand if you're not listening?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Can you repeat what I said so I know that you heard, please?
You said that Einstein says that gravity is not a force.
And I clarified what he meant by that. Can you explain what I just said?
No, I couldn't understand that.
He said it's a feature of space-time itself.
Yeah,
not
why
a force.
Is that incompatible?
Hey everybody, how are you guys doing?
That's what I don't understand. How is that incompatible with it being a force? Why can't space-time create forces, right?
Well, first off, for it to be a force in Newtonian physics, Newton, which he, by the way, disavowed in a letter, Newton postulated, well, it's interesting. I'm going to speak on this for a couple minutes. So first, Newton said that there are two kinds of matter. There's condensing matter and dispersing matter. And he said that gas is a form of dispersing matter because it likes to escape and go places, whereas fluids and solids like to condense. I should say liquids and solids. Excuse me. Thanks, Daza. He also said that gravity is spooky action at a distance, which means that all mass throughout the entire universe is simultaneously communicating gravity with each other and causing a simultaneous pull and attraction amongst every point across all points across the entire universe. And this is not observed anywhere. And this is one of the reasons Einstein came in and quote unquote fixed it by supplanting gravity as not a force and calling it a feature of space-time itself that came about after a big bang in which there's an uneven displacement of material through the universe causing bubbles of space-time. And that's not a force.
Because it
covered a lot of ground.
Go at the speed of, because it's not instantaneous, or what?
Yeah, so if gravity had a simultaneous attraction across all matter, across the whole universe, all at once, it would violate the speed of light.
Right.
Yeah. And in Einstein's relativity, you can't do that.
What's that got to do with forces?
Well, gravity has nothing to do with forces, so apparently.
Well said, brother.
Thanks. And this is what everybody learns, like when you take higher level physics in college and stuff. You learn the high school version of physics where they tell you gravity is a force and they have you do drop experiments with eggs and cartons and crap like that. But no, when you reach higher levels, they tell you that no, we're replacing this with something far more complicated.
Oh, what the fuck? You're fucking right.
Why can't it be both?
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, right, Amish, that if you take general relativity,
I don't see a contradiction here.
Yeah, there's no contradiction.
I mean, it sounds philosophical. Like, okay, we don't call it a force anymore because we have like maybe a better understanding of it. But
well, it is philosophical to the astrophysicists, cosmologists, and astronomers. I mean, to them, the entire cosmological model is a philosophical preference itself, the Copernican preference, as opposed to the Ptolemaic.
Yeah. But if we're looking at the pressure gradient in the atmosphere or dropping I
mean, I thought
an
you were
object
going to
in
tell
a
me a contradiction that will say, like, okay, it's not a force, but I don't see that.
Yeah. The general relativity boils down to Newtonian mechanics. When your speed of light, when you're not traveling at near the speed of light and your masses aren't enormous, that it boils down to the same thing, that the relationships are the same, it will describe the same phenomena. And it's quite convenient to consider gravity as a force that causes an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. And it works really well for everything we do on the surface of the Earth.
All right, the whole 1 minute past the hour. Here's a bunch of references disagreeing with you. I mean, yeah, Newtonian physics works in our everyday experience. I'm fine with Newtonian. I think Einstein was off his rocker.
And that's all we need to do to explain the pressure gradients, buoyancy, and things like that, right? But this is what we're talking about.
We don't need a gravitational force.
Well, we need something.
We are fine with Archimedes buoyancy and density intermediation, disintermediation. It's fine. Relative density
that
works.
doesn't work. It
yeah,
still
it does.
needs
Relative
G,
density
right?
totally works. You still have little g.
And these. What is little g in relative density? Where does that come from?
you've got basically a sparse medium with a dense object, and you've got an accelerative condition. Yeah.
What is little g? Where does it come from? A magical force,
I don't know,
right?
but it's not a force, and we know that through Einstein.
It's the same magical force that we have for gravity. Right?
Magical is right.
Yeah. Oh, no, I confess. My perspective on cosmology and where we are at understanding what gravity is at the same level we understand most other fundamental forces is that we don't know yet, right? There's so many holes in what gravity actually is. But when it comes down to the behavior of things around us, Newton's version of gravity explains what we see pretty well.
It does.
Like pressure gradients, like buoyancy, like projectile motion, even as far as most of the planetary orbits. There are a few of them that get a bit quirky that when you get really close to the sun, but by and large, Newtonian gravity does a bloody good job of describing what is going on, even if it's not describing the cause.
With gravity, so that's somebody else decided to add his name to that.
Newtonian didn't describe gas within the context of gravity either. He knew better.
No, he said this. He basically said, "Jesus, this gravity shit's freaky. I've got no idea what it is. I don't want to speculate."
He also drank mercury with how you get gold, dude.
But it works so well, right?
So we're here due to a philosophical preference, the Copernican one.
Yeah, that's how I understand you guys.
And the problem with that is our everyday lived experience in reality affirms the non-Copernican one. We actually see stuff moving in the sky. We don't experience us moving and it being stationary. We don't experience any curvature either. We can't see it, detect it. It's not visible.
We can, but
okay. Well, if you have proof, we'd like to see it. We've been looking for like 10 years as a community. When we've got 24/7 recorded live streams on YouTube, going back almost 10 years, conversations with academics, physicists, satellite engineers, people who worked at CERN, some of the national labs. We've got all kinds of great recorded discussions, and nobody can prove it. So if you got the proof, man, maybe you're the one. Happy Sunday.
Yeah. Well, the whole. This, like I said before, this started off talking about buoyancy.
I'm not hearing any contradictions with physics, right? Like,
yeah,
that's why I feel that your worldview is just like a philosophical interpretation.
Oh, it is, and it's the right one. Physics has a contradiction problem with astrophysics. Did you know that? There is not a single scientifically testable hypothesis proposed in all the fields of astrophysics and cosmology.
Well, that's projection.
So, dude,
no, it's absolutely true. Einstein didn't even propose a scientifically testable hypothesis. It's all pseudoscience.
Well, let's stick to the stuff we can test.
There's
like your worldview is that you came from nothing, though, right? Like there was just a big bang out of nothing.
Oh, come on!
Yeah,
You're talking about buoyancy
instead.
I get it, but he wants to fucking pick apart our worldview. Like his worldview is based off you all came from nothing, man.
Yeah, didn't Lamarck debunk spontaneous generation in like the late 1600s with the flies on the meat? And you guys think that this all happened out of nothing? Okay.
Yeah, change the subject.
It's part of the same thing because gravity. You think it's greater of worlds. You don't look at God. You look at God as your gravity. Gravity creating worlds out of nothing. Isn't that silly? It's
Maybe
a whole
I'm
religion.
more Christian than you.
Dude, you brought up the worldview, man. Why are we changing the subject? You brought it up.
Hello all.
I don't think I've seen this Amish Secrets chap in action before. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Good
can
morning.
hear you.
Hello,
Welcome
everybody.
to 24/7 Flat Earth channel.
I've been here before, Mr. Amish Secrets. I don't think I've come across you before. So I haven't
I
seen
talked to
you.
you yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, it's all right though. We're the nerds who remember everything.
Are you sure I spoke to you? I apologize if I didn't
No, it's okay.
remember.
I'm not offended. It's all right. We're the nerds that remember far too much. We're not the ones with NPC resetting memories and goldfish memories. We talk to people like that.
The only reason why I say that is because I feel like I would have certainly remembered you. That's all. In a good way.
All right,
Very passionate.
Well, thank you. I'll back off a little bit. You seem very nice.
Oh, very true. That's very true. I am very nice.
No, you're not. You're a troll, dude. You were here yesterday. I remember.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
I remember you last wipe.
Not everybody in this room liked me. Not everybody in this room likes me, as you can see, Mr. Amish Secrets.
I know. We know what nice means, right?
What?
So the guy said he had proof for curvature. Can you show us?
Not me.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm anxious. You know what? I've got a great paper I found not too long ago, maybe a month ago. 2 papers actually, called NATO Sapphire Trials. So NATO took the U.S. Naval Research Lab, and the U.S. Naval Research Lab used some military surveyors, and they went out to the Chesapeake Bay, which is near Washington and Baltimore. And they surveyed a distance about 16.8 kilometers using infrared theodolites. And they put one of the emitters across the bay on a little tripod, which they calculated to be below Earth curvature. And they could see it in infrared. And they couldn't figure out why. They called the situation confounding. They even called it cursed in their official reports because they couldn't use it because the whole time they were trying to control for refraction in order to do their survey. And they couldn't figure out why they couldn't see curvature anywhere in infrared. Isn't that interesting?
What was
that what they really said, though, Amish?
What was the
I thought they said that they had lots of trouble with their model for doing calculating refraction in the infrared close to the surface.
Well, yeah, so they
couldn't find curvature. I thought they had trouble with the details of their model, and it didn't work well.
Not a single globe model worked. Isn't that something? So they had to apply a refraction model that doesn't exist.
No.
They had to apply a non-existent refraction model to make it work, which altered their error by 2 orders of magnitude that they didn't measure. But they assumed there had to have been a temperature differential of 2 orders of magnitude beyond any known refraction model for this to make Earth look so flat.
Oh, so it must not be a globe then.
No. Nope. Wow. So if you want those documents, come to our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and search for Sapphire. You'll find them, and my explanation as well as clips.
Mr. Amish Secrets. You say 2 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, so they required a 1 degree Celsius differential between the water temperature and the air temperature when they measured a 0.01 degree Celsius differential.
Oh no, I mean, are you sure it was 2 orders of magnitude, or it was 20 times? There was a 20 in there somewhere. Or is it? I'm not saying you're incorrect. I'm just saying
20. I mean, no, 2 orders of magnitude. So they measured a 0.01 degree Celsius temperature differential between the water and the air.
Yes.
They applied a 1 degree Celsius differential in their model to make it work, so that they could explain why they see the emitter.
The whole refraction.
Yeah, and that's 2 orders of magnitude. Yep, 2 decimal places. And that's something. That's a big error difference.
Could you? I'm not trying to lead you down a garden path, but the reason why I'm interested actually about this is because I came when I was learning from these chaps the other day. I was trying to learn more about the the oil rig argument. I think it's called the Black Swan. I'm not too sure why.
Oh yeah.
Any swans in there, but and I was looking at the formulas and blah 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 blah. It gave me a lot of good information. Could you do me a favor? I'm honestly, I'm not asking you to do this because I'm leading you down anywhere and doing this in the nicest possible way. I'm not trying to do this in bad faith. Could you just do me a favor and check those documents that you have with regards to the 2 orders of magnitude and see if there is, maybe you've mistaken it for a 20. There's just a number 20 anywhere in there.
Okay. I mean, what am I? Control F20, like what?
Well, you mentioned the 2 orders of magnitude, right? So
if you know the punchline, go ahead and post it for us, so we don't have to be aggravated for the next 45 minutes discussing if it's 20 or 2 orders of magnitude.
There's
Are they the same thing?
There's no punch. No, they're not the same thing. There's no.
If I said something about the 20 orders of magnitude, I know what he means. I got it. I know what you mean. So Earth's radius has to be 20 times bigger than what it's claimed to be to see the horizon in that image.
No, specifically the refraction. There's something to do with the refraction, and you said that they had to, add a factor to it in order to make it work, right?
Right. They had to pretend the temperature was warmer than it was.
Forget the temperature for now. Forget the temperature.
That's what was the cause of their supposed refraction, was the temperature differential.
Sure. So, but that's not changing, right? So that's in there. I just want to see if the paper or whatever you're looking at, in fact, says they had to multiply it by 20 as opposed to had to change it by 2 orders of magnitude.
Sounds like your grandma gave you $2 an hour instead of 20.
I don't know what that means.
I said 20 times. I meant 2 orders of magnitude, and I've corrected myself since if I even made that mistake. And I've said 2 orders of magnitude on several occasions. Yeah, 0.01 degrees Celsius to 1 degree Celsius is 2 orders of magnitude. An order of magnitude is 10x.
Mm-hmm.
But the magnitude is exponential.
That is not 2 orders of magnitude.
No. 100x would be the 2 orders, but
Grandma, $2 isn't
each
that
order
much
of magnitude,
money.
You're multiplying by 10.
Yeah, and that would be 2,000 degrees change, wouldn't it? It's only 1% change.
That's the thing. That's why I'm saying the temperature is not necessarily the thing that you're modifying. It's just they'd have to throw in a multiplier.
Yeah.
Into you know what I mean? Do you follow?
Yeah.
Jimmy,
Yeah.
So here's a multiplier. 7. So the multiplier, the standard multiplier for terrestrial refraction, which I don't think really exists, is to increase Earth's radius by about 16%. The formula is 7/6R for terrestrial refraction. You can look it up. Andrew Thomas Young, Dr. Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University,
visible light
online page.
Yep.
And this explains why Earth looks flat to the glober. I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Damn, he was a nice chap.
Wait, so they're saying that the article says that it's 100 times difference?
2 orders of magnitudes, apparently.
That's what I understood.
No. This is the thing.
Or do we want it back to 20 times? I can't remember.
No, don't be. Come on, work with me, please.
Sorry.
Forget the temperature. That's the thing. I think what the chap was saying is that based on the measured temperature or difference between the water and the air, you'd have to put in a multiplier to get the refraction equation to work, right? The temperature is kind of, it's not irrelevant, but it's almost like a reference table. Like, if it's 1, then do 20. If it's 2, then do 22. If it's 3, do you guys see where I'm going?
Yeah.
Yeah. and it's a shame he had to go because it would have been good. I'm not saying that he's wrong, and it's actually not important. But I think the whole 2 orders of magnitude might be misunderstanding for the whole 20. Chaps, the reason why I've asked him to do this is the punchline for this is because the other day, I can't remember what was it yesterday? I can't remember, but like I said, I was going through this whole Black Swan thing, and it made the whole thing, all the formula, everything started to actually make sense in terms of how it's being used and why the globies and the flat earthers, are talking past each other when it comes to this, because they're not speaking the same language. I think.
What language do you think they're speaking?
Wow.
I'd agree there.
The flat
do you know what
earthers
I
are
mean?
notoriously ignorant about physics. That makes sense.
No, hey, don't be rude.
So physics is a language, Percival?
No, don't be rude. Whoever that was.
Yeah,
don't be rude.
physics.
Yeah, hey geeks, hold on. You gotta let them. You might think it's rude, but he's in a spiral right now. Okay, so the only way to finally get some thinking out of him is he's gotta reach his full logical conclusion, spiral all the way to the bottom, trigger, and then he'll see it has no effect. No one cared that he held his breath and threw a tantrum, and then he'll be able to add to the conversation. If you tell him don't do that, look, geeks, listen. Okay?
Sorry.
If you tell them don't be rude, what they do is they take that as a challenge. They turn it.
So I'm one of them. Just
they
so you're
turn,
aware.
yeah, they turn it into a game. Okay, and they try to be as rude as possible because they want to beat you at something which they've deemed the internet. They want to win the internet. So just going back here, what do you think the language is? The two languages, one speaking X and the other one speaking Y.
Wait, is that your dunk? That it's not a literal language?
Not actual
C++?
languages, not actual languages, but
yeah, I mean, if you were to describe it, what would you describe it?
Sure,
as?
if you guys have got time, I can kind of explain in a bit more detail.
See, I would say the same thing. That flat earthers are speaking with logic, reason, and science, and globalists or anti-flat earthers are speaking with emotion. They're not coming from the same space at all.
Sure.
It's an emotionally charged position where they use the globe to dehumanize the other, when one of the claims, if the Earth is a globe, you would humanize the other, called the overview effect. So they're in a contradiction, a cognitive dissonance event, but instead of recognizing their cognitive dissonance, they blame flat earthers. It's your fault that their worldview is broken.
It's my fault.
Why are you blaming him?
I don't think you meant me specifically.
Yeah.
Did you?
No.
Just one.
You see, the
royal you.
The
royal you is what you mean. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, not speaking the same language. We get it.
Yeah. Hold on, Daz has got. Is Daz, are you muted? Or Percival is?
No, I'm still here.
So keep Percival off mute. That way he can trigger. He can squawk. People need to hear the mental break that these people are in. Just let him squawk his ass off. Just ignore it. Okay, Daza.
You heard how one of you guys don't understand how acceleration works. So
yeah, go ahead, Daza. What do you want to say it out loud, or do you just want to type it?
Sorry, what am I talking about? What I posted?
So the language that
you have to figure that out, Daza.
Yeah. So in science, physics, engineering, the language is very explicit and well defined, right? It's sometimes in conflict with the general use of words, but we have to be very explicit about terms and definitions so there is no confusion amongst things. And often the terms used in physics, science, and engineering may or may not align with what people think of them in lay terms, and that's why that language is used.
Yeah, they call it jargon.
Yeah. Well, jargon's critical in any technical term, right?
Well, I mean,
in any technical field.
Different layers of jargon.
Yeah.
So I would say here, in any physics or science or engineering that you will do your whole life, from the day you're born, you got that dash mark, to the day that you die, will you ever use the curve or rotation of the Earth? Will you ever use a heliocentric model in anything you do?
Well, the fields that I work in, no, but I might use the big G or the little g and need to understand them. But I don't, the things that I work in, I don't need to know those things because I work at things that aren't at a global scale.
So that's what I'm talking about. In your worldview, just like I said earlier, you're speaking from some sort of emotionally charged position. Some reason,
No, there's
the
no
heliocentric globe
emotions at
model,
all.
despite your whole lived experience, you seem attached to it, but you're not attached to it via physics, logic, reason, science, engineering, any practical use. You'll never use this stuff. You only use it.
Mr. Crit,
Yeah, go ahead.
I do.
Well, this falls back to why would you ask me about your expertise then? If you're using these things, would you just demonstrate it? Why ask me?
I was just helping. I was just helping because the other chap said he doesn't use it, so it's not so relevant for him. I was just like giving you just
okay.
You
so
know
go
what I mean?
Use it then. You can write it down today, the 25th of February, Speculation Sunday. Crit offered me a speculation. If you can use it, then use it. Go do it.
I don't think we're talking. Maybe I misunderstood your question. Sorry.
No, it wasn't a question. It was like my speculation that if you're going to use it, just go do it. Don't let anyone hold you back. Don't be like, well, there's like this guy who comes in a lot of times, a Canadian atheist. He said he wants to go to Cape Town. He's got a bucket list. On his bucket list, he wants to travel to Cape Town, South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, well, go ahead. Did you look into visas? Did you look into travel plans? He says no. Okay, well, why not? Why if that's on your bucket list? What are you waiting for? Like that like the guy from the Transformers, weird goofy name, Shia LaBeouf. Yeah, he's like, just do it, right? Make your dreams come true. He said he still can't. He can't do it. I'm like, okay, I'll bite, right? Why? He says because flat earthers told him the Earth is flat. Well, duh. What do you think flat earthers are going to tell you? That the Earth is round? The Earth is a globe? What do you expect? You ask flat earthers what the Earth is, and you think you're going to get a different answer than flat. Then use that answer that you knew you were going to get to begin with to then base your whole worldview on that you cannot complete your bucket list because someone answered a question that you knew exactly they were going to give you the answer to. And he's been in here for days,
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Weeks at a time. He'll come in here and say exactly the same thing.
Is my mic working?
Is the Earth still flat? The flat earthers say yes. He's like, fuck. I go, why? What's wrong? I can't go to Cape Town now.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Your mic's fine. You're just talking while he was talking, so we just stayed quiet. But go ahead.
Oh, I'm just confused.
Well, if you're confused, do you talk or do you listen?
What are you confused about?
Yeah, I'm just
confused about philosophy.
Yeah, so if you're confused, okay, you listen, you don't talk. That way you get more information. Just spouting off randomly, just squawking randomly. Hey guys, I'm confused. Okay. Does anyone care you're confused? No, no one gives a shit. No fucks given. So this would be a choose your own adventure. How are you going to solve your own confusion? You would do so by paying attention, by listening. Maybe use that smartphone you have in the palm of your hand and access information you're confused by. No one here in this room has access to information that you don't have access to.
Mr. Crit,
yeah,
you
go
ask
ahead,
questions? Can you just ask questions? Is that not a normal thing to do when you're confused?
Yeah, it depends. You're confused and...
That's it.
And that's it. Yeah.
He
See?
didn't know why he was confused. All he said was he was just confused.
Yeah, if you ask a pointed, targeted question exactly to what you're confused about, like someone might say, well, if the Earth is flat,
but
how is it a
Crit,
globe if it's flat? I go, well, you're confused about flat and
but Mr.
round.
Crit, I don't think he's
Yeah, go ahead.
able to ask any questions there. at the
Yeah,
moment.
he's not because he's confused. He's so confused he can't even ask a question.
Hey, hold on, Crit. Hey, Geeks, I don't know why you keep doing that, but it's kind of weird to me, and it's kind of like irking me. But you keep
What?
saying Miss Crit, but I don't
Mr.
know if
Crit.
He said
Mr.
Mr.
Crit.
He said
Mr.
Mr.
Crit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. Mr. Crit is different than Miss Crit. I keep hearing you say Miss, and you might be trying to joke or poke fun or think you're cool and laugh and chuckle because you're throwing that in there without him noticing. But I there's a very, very clear distinction between Mr. Crit and Miss Crit, and you keep saying Miss Crit. So can you please stop because it's kind of disgusting. Thank you.
Crit, do you hear me saying Miss Crit, or do you hear me saying Mr. Crit?
I will know. I wasn't really sure. So you can call me anything you want, but late for dinner. All right. I guarantee you I've been called far much worse by far much better than you. It will have no effect. Okay, absolutely. You could come
It's
up with the
just
greatest
gross to
insult.
call a guy Miss. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
and you say
can't
it's
stand
weird,
that.
but maybe I just when I hear people making like really kind of cringe sort of gamma insults, I kind of just goes in one ear and out the other because it's just a vacuous squawking.
He just thought he was cool and smart and sliding it in. And that's all he said. He just like Miss Crit. He wouldn't say anything else. He would just say Miss Crit, like to get your attention, and then not even like follow up. It's disgusting.
Who's that guy who used to call me miscreant? I can't remember who that was. It was on Asylum. Yeah, it was kind of clever,
I don't remember, but I honestly don't remember. You know who it might have been is
I think it was no one, wasn't it?
No. It might have been what's his name? The Australian guy. Not Australian guy.
Yeah,
The
shit.
British
Oh,
guy.
that.
He's a British guy, no?
Yeah.
Fuck, I forgot.
Shady.
Was his name Shady?
I think it
don't
was
remember,
Shady.
dude.
Yeah.
But he had like a British or Australian accent, right? Like he sounded, and he was very arrogant. He thought he was very, very smart. He talked shit to everybody. I forgot his name.
It might have been me. I don't know. Gregor, is it not Gregor? It's Gregory, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Gregory.
Hello. I'm
Hi.
going to. So I actually like Gregory's the way he argues, the way he debates when speaking.
All right, well, go ahead. You and Gregory go. How about that? Everyone else just listen if they're confused. Even more so if they're confused.
At Apoc's request, I'm going to drop prefixes in case he mishears me saying something he doesn't like. So, Gregory, hello. My name is Geek.
Hi.
Were you here when I was just like literally 5-10 minutes ago when I was talking about the whole black swan equations thing, or have you just jumped in?
I heard a bit of that.
Cool. So I learned this black swan and sort of actually looked into the equations properly just yesterday. So I didn't really understand it. And I'd like to get your views on what I think I've discovered in terms of how I interpret it. There are two equations, two specific equations. There's one that is, what is it, the 1.22 square root. Can someone else who actually knows what it is, can someone help me here?
You're referring to 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
That's it. Thank you. And the output is what you should be able to, the horizon in miles, I believe, if that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, what I read was that this gives you what is called the observable horizon, but it is very different to, and I'll get to this next, very different to what the actual horizon distance should be. Now, I'll pause there just because I want to get your views on just what I just said. How does that land with you? How does that sit?
Sounds redundant. Observable horizon, in contrast to the real horizon. The observable horizon is the real horizon.
No, so that's what I thought. This is why I was confused. That's what I thought, but it turns out actually this whole well, it's not really just formulas. It's kind of an endeavor. Does make it very, very clear that the two are different. I'm not trying to pull the wool over your eyes, but would you entertain me? Would you humor me if I was to show you that it does say this, or that it?
Did we lose him?
No, I think he's in deep contemplation.
No. Would you entertain me if I was to say, for example, just this part, the difference, that there is a difference between what is known as the observable versus the actual? Would you
just
be?
told you it's the same thing.
What did he say?
He just told you that to him it's redundant because it is the same thing.
But I'm saying it's not, though, and I'm asking if you would humor me so that I
could go with it. Hey, geeks, I can go with that. There's like a for people that basically, if you heard of this thing called Mount Chisholm syndrome by proxy.
I haven't heard of that. No.
Okay, it's basically what started off with like a German soldier during the Napoleonic War. He would tell these amazing stories of bravery on the battlefield, and basically he was just like a cook or something. Like he was there, but didn't really do much of anything. Just kind of like scoop beans into a bowl for the chow line. Mm-hmm. But in his worldview, he had saw himself as basically like a Rambo. He was Rambo. Like you crossed enemy lines and broke the trenches, and like had parades for him in cities that So when people have this view of themselves, this very egocentric view, and they've built it up. They built it up this palace. It's like Immanuel Kant sort of style.
Is this supposed to be me?
Yeah, where their sense of who they are and what they are is not really based in sort of like factual experiences, but more experiences that they've added their own context to. You see, like another good example is like police officers and firefighters who think they're heroes, and you're like, well, why are you a hero? Because you're just doing your job, a job you volunteered to do. That something makes you a hero. See, in their worldview, that's a yes. It's a solid yes, even though you could demonstrate to them, like, hey, people are sick of American policing. It's a problem. Okay, your job isn't to be a hero. Your job is to function as an expert witness against the people representing the government in a court of law. You have to warn the people when you talk to them. You tell them, anything you tell me will be used against you. Nothing you say, it will be used for you. So this idea where the actual and the observable are two different things. Actually, right, police are, or whatever, to use the analogy, or soldiers are, but the reality of the situation is very quite different. You've got soldiers who were just fighting basically a system.
I think we lost him.
No,
No,
I had
somebody
someone
was
in the
talking to
room.
him.
Someone in the room
Oh.
was talking to me. Okay, so this idea when reality and perception don't match, right? Where you could here's another good example. There's like someone like you could pull all of us away right now. All everyone in the room. I don't know how many there is right now. I'm tabbed out, like 30 or 40 or whatever, and ask each person what is happening in that room. You get a few people be like, "It's the dumbest shit on the internet. Don't listen to it. It's horrible." I get be like, "Well, why are you listening to it then?" "Oh, entertainment purposes." Okay, so it's not dumb. It's not horrible. It's entertainment. And they'd be like, "Huh? Well, I don't
You're
get that,
referring
right?"
to what I said. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to get some sort of example. I'm throwing a lot of stuff out there to see what you'll bite onto and which way you want to go. Does any of that stuff sound about right or not?
Not really. I mean, no, I'm not trying to get you guys. If that's what you're in, and I don't
Like,
think
what
I'm
you asking? Like, what's the
rambling.
difference between a flat earther and somebody who lives in a society who vehemently rejects a flat Earth? That type
No,
of okay.
no. I'm just all I'm asking is if you'll kind of follow me to just the point where we might not agree. We might not agree, but if we do, the only thing I want to get to is whether we agree that actually observable horizon using this formula and the actual horizon are not the same distance. That's all I would want to get to.
So yes, I'll critically consider this.
Cool beans. I want to send a very specific. Well, I'll just send you the link, and I'll try and guide you towards the actual post that's got all the really good pictures.
Just to add to that redundancy, I also think saying the apparent horizon is also redundant because by definition the horizon is apparent. So it's one of those things where I'm like, every time I hear someone say that, the apparent horizon, I'm like, that's double speak. But they always say it over and over again.
How does?
Sorry.
How do you believe that as a flat earther?
I clicked the wrong button.
By
How do you
choosing
believe
to
what?
accept the proposition in your mind.
What
Well, there's the
exactly did-
geometric horizon and then there's the apparent horizon.
Well, in the globe world, in the paradigm of this heliocentrism, then there would be a geometric horizon, meaning it's calculatable, it's mathematical. There's nothing, other than just its physical presence mathematically. No different than saying a football field's 100 yards. That's a geometric calculation. I mean, if it was on a curve, you could be like, okay, yeah, mathematically, we know the distance, we know where it should curve, we know where we shouldn't be able to see beyond that because it's curving down a way. It's like doing math on a mountain hill, right? Or like or a hill, and you could like do the math on it, and you could know like how far away you have to be until you disappear from one another mathematically because there's a physical obstruction in between both of you. Now, when you say the geometric horizon is one thing, and then the apparent horizon, redundancy, is another thing, that allows you guys to wiggle room yourselves through this explanation, if you will, when you're seeing way beyond that technical geometric horizon. So when you have this apparent horizon in front of the geometric horizon, you guys have your reason and justification.
Observable.
Yes.
And
All three different positions would technically be all observable because, again, as Gregory said in the beginning, they are all the same. The fact that you see a horizon, whether it's at the point where the geometric horizon is, whether it's a point before it, or whether it's a point beyond it, those are still what we call the horizon. And that you cannot take that away from anything. But it's this falsehood of oh, this is the horizon based upon it being a ball. Because then when you see way beyond that, then that takes away your geometric horizon. And that's why they call the black swan the globe killer. Because that's it. It no longer exists anymore. It cannot exist with that. That's kind of the point.
So, okay, so APOC doesn't want to follow along. Okay, fine, I got that crystal clear.
No, he doesn't not want to follow along. He just refuted that. But go ahead.
Wait, what? Okay, yeah. I don't know how you you heard me speak and then came to this conclusion within your own mind, but it is what it is. Go ahead.
Well, okay, all right. Will you follow along? Yes or no?
To what? I was just answering the guy's question, and when he brought up the geometric horizon. Now, if my whole explanation, like, just completely, refuted whatever you're gonna say next, well, that's not my problem. I was just speaking the facts. But go ahead. I'll listen.
So, will you follow along? Like,
You don't even have to ask him that. Why are you even bothering? Just go ahead.
Right. I literally just said I'll listen. I mean, it shouldn't matter if I'm going to follow along or not. You're still going to say what you got to say, right? I mean, that makes sense.
So Gregory, so can you see? I put a link in the Quora.com. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if you click on that and you scroll down, the reason why I'm asking you to scroll down is because specifically the diagrams that are quite useful. They're all discussing the same thing, but it's specifically looking at the diagrams, and it makes reference to this this formula of square root of 1.55 times height the iron feet or whatever. Can you see where there are like kind of green background diagrams from WikiHow?
I'm looking for it.
Sure. The poster's name, if it helps, is Angel Walters. And it's like 6 or 7, about 10 actually, kind of like cartoonish kind of drawings.
I see.
You got it? Yeah.
I see.
Okay. Now, I think you and I are probably in agreement when it comes to how do you calculate distance method 1 and 3, and then it goes through the formula, and it a little bit further down you can see distance to horizon 1.2246 times the square root of the height of the eye in feet, I believe, like kind of halfway down the
Can you talk slower and with like more words and drag it out longer?
Do you see that?
Yes.
Cool.
This equation.
Yes. You'd agree with that, right? Like this is what is used in the community.
This is why people drop out of school.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Now, again, this is looking at what's called the observable horizon, what you would observe. Now, if you scroll up a little bit, you can see that there's. I'm not explaining this very well. There's a diagram with like kind of 2 orange balls. It says perceived position and actual position.
Okay.
Yeah. And just below it says increase R by 20% to compensate for the distorting refraction of light rays and arrive at a more accurate measurement. Or now
The wave a magic wand. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like it doesn't make sense, right? It's like, where's this 20% come from?
That's
Like,
what we ask you guys all the time.
well, I'm saying that it's actually crap. Like, this is garbage.
That's what we try to tell you all the time.
You made it up, not me.
Yeah, the
Exactly.
problem. Hey,
listen,
geeks.
listen.
Hey, geeks. The problem
Listen.
is that a lot of these observations that they perceive the actual horizon, like Al Biruni, that's the problem now. Because if you're throwing actual observations of the actual physical leading edge of the geometric curve of a sphere Earth, then you're burning the church.
Okay,
you literally have burnt the church.
I'm nearly
now,
there. I'm nearly there, and then I'll
who
shut up.
observes the
I'm nearly there,
horizon
and
if
then
no
I'll
one's
shut up.
observed?
I'm nearly there, and then I'll shut up. So all this is crap, right? We can't use this. We can't use this in any way to get any kind of horizon.
You
right?
still on this? You still on this?
Would you agree with that?
Starting to get the impression you all talked about this already.
Yeah, we agreed
It's a
last
reset,
night.
huh?
We agreed.
Fuck.
We agreed
Wait,
last.
Gregory.
Wait, can I respond? I mean,
Greg,
you hear me trying.
no. So
Can I respond? You hear me trying.
I'm speaking to
I was
Gregory.
already first. I was already first.
Oh, I don't
You
like
got-
this
you got-
guy because he just
you gotta
ruins
wait.
it
Hey,
for
go
everyone.
ahead, Elijah. Like,
Thank you.
slow down, Geek.
Yeah, he was rude last night too. He didn't want me to talk at all. He doesn't even know me. So yeah, basically what he's saying is we can't use this math for anything. That's brilliant because it's the math that was derived through optics, supposedly. And seeing as that you're agreeing with us that, well, you can't use that, well, we agree. Therefore, all of the subsequent information about the model can be false. Specifically because of that, because that's where it comes from. It's not our claim.
Are you done?
You're done, really, after that one.
So is that not the conclusion of the matter, or is there more, geeks?
There's more. So, right, these equations, right, they literally have been plucked out of thin air. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. They don't make sense. I don't think.
Do you want to
that
know
you
where
can
they came
use.
from?
I don't think you can use these equations
Do you want to
in
know where they
this
came from?
black swan argument when you have the oil rigs and you make a prediction of this is how far you should be able to see.
Do you want to know where they came from?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the morning crew now. You're not going to just be able to ignore me.
I don't like you, sir. I think you're disruptive.
That's what the truth does. It disrupts. What do you want me to do about it?
No, the truth guides. You disrupt.
Anyway, so if you Google distance to horizon formula, you'll find all of the publications and notable people from all of the universities that explain exactly what they use the equations and formulas for that you said was plucked out of thin air. Again, we agree.
You can't use them, right? They're garbage, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So then you can't use them when you're doing this black swan argument because they're garbage.
So is that the conclusion right there? I think that's the conclusion right there, right?
But I'm not. But I don't have a problem with that. I told them. I said, great. We can't use it for the black swan, but nobody can use the claim for anything,
right?
Including
I agree.
the subsequent information. That
Gregory,
makes
do you
people
agree?
think.
Or do you see a problem with it?
I kind of wasn't finished.
Gregory, do you see a problem with it or not?
So I kind of wasn't.
Eli, please finish, and then we'll touch the conclusion.
Do you agree, Gregory?
So this guy. So yeah, again, so if we can't use it to validate the claim or invalidate the claim, no one can use it to validate their claims. Which means no one has an argument for a claim. No one on this earth.
So with that being said, it sounds like Geeks is trying to argue that given the invalidity of these equations from the globalist, therefore that invalidates the argument. Swan, even though that does not follow, that's not a valid logic sequence either. The Black Swan argument, whether this equation that the globalist has presented be valid or invalid, is a reductio ad absurdum argumentum, the Latin for reduction to absurdity argument. It exposes the false implications of the premise, and therefore the empirical inadequacy of their premise. So it doesn't invalidate the Black Swan. It all the more bolsters the Black Swan.
Will you continue to use those equations?
In the argument to refute the premise, yeah,
Yes,
why not?
you will, even though you know they're garbage.
Wait,
You'll continue to use it.
Shut
I
your
have
mouth.
to say it again.
Man.
I have to
What
say
the
it
fuck is
again.
that?
I
That's
have to say it
weird
again
shit,
because he's
man.
missing the point.
So he's saying that
No,
he's
you're
saying
right.
you can't use those arguments because the equations are bunk.
Yeah,
You're
but
a
see,
fucking idiot.
what
You're an
Gregory's trying
idiot.
to point out is that it's a logical consistency argument that applies to any two premises. Like you're just trying to use the form of logic that will tell the story. So if
Yeah.
P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's not
Exactly.
invalid. Well, the
Yeah.
premise claims 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's just a claim. We didn't make it up. We didn't come up with it. That's the claim. So
Then stop using it because it's not correct. But don't use
No,
it.
you're.
Listen, you asked me to
Guy's
speak,
an
right?
idiot. Guy's an
So
idiot.
let me say the reply again because you're missing it. Here's the conclusion. Your critique is that the Black Swan argument is invalid given the invalidity of the equations from the globalist. But that's not a valid critique because the invalidity of the premise, the position of the opponent being refuted, doesn't make the argument to refute them invalid, of course. It's very obvious. So whether the equations be valid in their form mathematically or not, that's a refutation to the globalist position and bolsters and demonstrates the soundness, the logical soundness of the Black Swan argument, exposing the false implications and empirically inadequate position that is the globalist position.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you, Gregory.
Yeah, the globalists that went to the moon, you know? Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, you heard this last night, but I'm glad that you're more receptive today. Appreciate you.
Gregory,
I
I
had a
appreciate your
I
time.
had a yeah.
Can I wait? Hey, Geeks.
Yes.
Geeks. Do you understand why the argument that you just made doesn't make sense?
I'll replay it and see if we agree on what
No,
I
don't
think the
replay it.
argument is.
I heard the whole thing. Your argument is because the math is wrong, we can't use the math.
That's correct. That's it. Yes, you can't use the equations because
No, but
we
it's not
agree
our
that they're useless.
The claim is that is where the horizon is of the curvature of the Earth. We're saying
the equations
it's
are
not
wrong.
there. So
They're
it must
wrong.
be wrong.
They're wrong. We agree on that.
Okay.
They're garbage.
You see, here's a great exhibition of equivocation right here. What's happening right now? There's a great demonstration of equivocation. Listen, because we don't need to. I mean, we can clarify this.
3,595 miles. So the globe is not a ball of 3,959 mile radius. Would you agree with that, then, Geeks?
Oh no, it is.
Oh, it is. So where's the measurements for that then?
Oh well, that's a different topic. I'm asking if
No,
you're going to
no,
use
it's not
these.
It's
I'm
not
going to
a
ask
different topic because it's built into the equation.
No, these equations are wrong, so we can't use them.
Okay, what are they? Can you point out where they're wrong?
Well, we went through that already, but
no, you said you started going on about a not actual horizon and an actual horizon. So do you know what that means?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, explain it.
I'm not going to go through it again.
No, because you didn't explain it before, though. All you said is this is this and this is this. Yeah. So what's a geometric horizon?
If you guys want to keep using the equations, then fine.
What's a geometric horizon?
They are incorrect. So
See, this
what's
is where you
geometric
find
horizon?
this is where. Oh man, we had the conversation twice. He is beat. Like you got to help us move it along instead of trying to beat on the same thing. He's not being responsive.
No, I think
No
I've made my
reason.
point.
Yeah, of course you did. He doesn't have anything to say. He's ignoring you.
No, I'm ignoring you.
Okay.
Because you're irritating and you're not a nice person, sir.
Oh, okay.
So let's say this.
I mean, I help people in the most important areas of their life, but
What are you talking about?
whatever.
Elijah's he's been pretty nice to you. He's just questioning your claims, dude.
He has not been nice to me at all.
Yeah, I wasn't mean to him yesterday either. I came in the conversation like I did today, and he decided he was going to ignore me because he saw me as a disruption. And I said, bro, I'm just trying to. No one was talking. I came in at a point where no one was talking. I decided to start speaking, and you just said, "Oh, that noise! I can't stand it. Let me turn it down." That's what you did to me.
Well, here, Elijah, some people don't click, so one person has to walk away. Okay, one person's got power down.
Oh yeah, Crit, you were there.
Yeah.
You were there.
Hey, look at.
So let's say this.
We can hear your faucet there, Elijah. Hey, check this one out. Look at that guy who's all concerned about proper English melted down in my DMs after I DC'd them. And his final comment was YOUR a retard with a lisp. So he's so triggered.
Mic check.
He's so triggered by things not being proper English. And his final statement is your.
Mic check.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. So let's say this. The equivocation, of course, is not helping anything. So when Geeks says you can't use them, of course, that can only validly apply to the fact that these invalid equations are not empirically adequate and, of course, cannot even function logically, given their invalid form, in principle, if they are invalid. And so that does not invalidate the argument refuting them, which is the black swan, so-called. That's the whole point of a refutation, right? The logical prerequisite to a refutation isn't the validity or logical soundness of the position being refuted, of course. That's silly.
I hear you. Thank you.
So next subject.
Yep.
The black swan is logically sound.
Thanks for your time, Gregory, specifically. I appreciate you engaging with me.
Geeks, I'm not sure if you know the lore of the black swan, but it wasn't originally used by flat earthers. The first person to use it was a character called the Rumpus. And he used it as a demonstration, a practical demonstration of a new type of refraction called superlumin. He coined the term, superlumin. That's where the geometric curve of the Earth can be loomed up, over, and around the geometric curve of the Earth. And then when he was questioned on this, he said, well, how far can you see on the globe? He said, there's no limit. You can see forever. He said, so the follow-up was, would you be able to see the back of your head? And he's like, yes. On the globe, with superlumin and a powerful enough telescope, you could literally see the back of your head.
Well, he's wrong.
Well, okay, so you could be right or wrong, but if you're saying the argument is bad, then your problem is what you're doing here is you're only picking and choosing which arguments and which conclusions people are coming to. You wait for the conclusion, then you go back and say, okay, the argument's fucked up. Instead of actually looking at the argument before the conclusion, then drawing your own conclusion, then going back to that language thing we're talking about, using some sort of framework to parse out what's being observed. See, concave earthers also use a black swan. They tell you that this is proof that the earth is curving upwards. That's why you see it so far. So you've got people all using the same argument and getting different conclusions, then being able to talk about it, except for you. Somehow you said, like you just said, oh, the argument's bad, and then you want to talk about it anyway. See, it's a contradictory. If the argument's bad, why are you on about it?
No, I said no. Well, the argument's bad because of something.
Because of what? The conclusion?
No, because the formulas that underpin the argument.
So can anyone
are no good?
Can
Cannot
anyone
be used.
help us?
They are useless.
Yeah,
Can
okay.
anyone?
Hey,
Can
Geeks, real
anyone
quick.
help us?
Do you have Elijah turned down?
Yes, he
Sorry?
does.
Okay, turn him back. Geeks, you gotta turn Elijah at least to like 1%. So, and then
No,
if you see his mic light up, you gotta
I
stop
don't.
talking.
I don't have him turned down.
Well, how come you're just barreling right through everything he says?
I don't have him turned down at all.
Oh, okay.
I don't do that. I don't believe
Okay,
in
well,
doing
prove
that.
to me you don't have him turned down. The next time he talks, don't just talk right through him.
Right. So the question is, well, if you can't use that formula or those formulas, then where can we take the conversation next? Like, are you implying at all that there's a correct formula or a correct equation somewhere?
See, Elijah, now actually, I my respect for you has gone up because that is a really good question.
We've been asking it for over 6 years, so I can't wait.
I haven't been here for 6 years.
No,
So where do we go
I
next?
can't wait.
Where do we go next? Is what you want? What you want? You want to know my
No,
views on
I
where we
told
go
you
next, right?
I told you where I want to go next. You don't just say where do I go next and then go where
No.
you want to
Your
go.
question to me was, where do we go next? If I'm
That
not, did you say?
wasn't the complete question.
Okay, well, it was what the first one, though. Right?
Yeah, but you can't
Okay.
take the first part of what someone says and draw a
Shall I
conclusion,
do that first? Shall I do
No,
that?
no. Where do we go
Okay.
next? Where do we go next is, since you have an issue with these, all I want to know is if you have some sort of alternative formula or calculation or equation for some other claim, or do you not have anything at all? That's all I want to know.
Sure. As I understand it, these equations say you should be able to see this far, but because of this oil rig and this oil rig, you can't.
Well, that doesn't sound like a formula or an equation. That
No.
sounds like you.
That's the argument, isn't it?
We already
Picture.
went through. That's not where do we go from here. That's where did we just come from. I asked you. Do you?
I'm saying
Okay, go on. I'm going to mute.
I'm saying that we should never use together, right? Never use that discussion as part of our pursuit of truth, because it doesn't.
Did you miss where I agreed with you?
Well, do you agree with me? Do you agree that we shouldn't use that anymore?
Where do we go from here as far as the correct formulas? Do they exist? Do you have them? Because you said it was a good question, but I don't know if you were answering to that. But that's what I want to know: is there math that would support the claim that everyone believes? That's all I want to know.
Is that all? Look at the horizon to find horizon. I don't think so. I don't know.
No. Is there
something else there?
Is there a formula from mathematics that validate whatever claim. Do you have a claim? Do you believe? What do you believe? What do you believe? What do you know?
My claim.
Why are you here? Don't say my claim is this doesn't work like that. I'm asking you what you can in a vacuum offer as an argument. If you don't have one, that's also fine. I'm not forcing you into a position. I'm just asking if you have one because obviously we have one, and you don't agree with the argument because you don't agree with the numbers, and we've all said, well, the numbers are pretty intrinsically linked to the worldview.
The argument itself. Well, no, not the globe. No, the flat Earth. That's the argument.
Right. So, right. You hear what you said? So, what would be the formula for the globe?
Okay, are you trying to say what's the formula of the Earth being flat?
No, that's not what we're looking for. Yeah, I said what I said. What's the formula for the common man? You tell me.
I don't know.
Oh, all right. Well, I mean,
but it's not this. I can tell you, it's definitely not this.
Okay. So when Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University uses it for his refractive derivations, that's garbage, you're saying?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Great.
He made up his own globe. He just made up his own shit.
Is that okay?
That's great.
Oh, he didn't make up his own shit. He said he doesn't know what it is. He just refutes Andrew Thomas's Young thing.
Well, if he's saying the same thing, as where this formula is used in the whole oil rig thing, if he's saying a similar kind of thing, then yes, he's wrong. And not only that, he's
the formula. You know the formula is used in orbital mechanics.
No, it isn't.
Well, it's a derivation for it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. What do you mean? Okay, you said no, it isn't, and you said okay, cool. So
well, it doesn't matter. I said no, it isn't. You said it is. So
Well, because you. Well,
I don't want. There's no point in arguing
that.
that.
It isn't when you don't know. I don't get it.
Because I don't. It doesn't affect me. Like I'm not talking about that. That's all.
Well, you're not talking about anything because you don't have a claim, right? That's what you said. You don't know. That's what you said.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't say I didn't have a claim.
Okay, so what is it then? That's what I asked.
You said but you did say you didn't know, though.
No, I said I didn't know when he asked, "What are the formulas?"
Okay, so what's the claim?
So then you don't have a claim. Then that's what it's implied. That's what's implied by that answer.
Well, then I don't know what to tell you.
So what's the claim? Tell us that. What's the claim? Tell us.
My claim is that, like all the globies, spherical Earth, blah, 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 blah. But you also asked, why am I here? Blah, 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 right? Would you like to know my views on that?
Well, he asked you about this formula. So if Andrew Thomas's Young formula is wrong, no,
that's what I'm saying. Well, if it's the same one, I've never heard of this guy before, so I don't know.
Man, just stay on the same page.
Oh,
you never said you didn't have a claim. What is your claim?
I just the Earth is a globe.
Okay, well, what's your basis for that?
Yeah, what's your argument?
Every time I do that, people just start shouting at me. So,
well, just go ahead and we're not shouting now, so I don't get what.
It's up to you. You can present an argument or not.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to because I made that mistake a couple of times already.
Okay, so then, really, all right. Well, right now nothing is going on, so I guess it doesn't matter. But in the future, when we are making our argument, you kind of don't have a say in the matter.
Well, okay. Okay.
So, who else in here knows the Earth or wants to prove that they know the Earth is a ball? what has been appealed to so far?
And hey, Gregory, good morning.
Hey. Things disappearing out of view beyond the horizon.
Are you addressing me? Or...
No, I'm just filling the air now, waiting for someone
okay.
to, give an argument for why they believe the Earth is a ball. I'm just, going through the appeals that we've heard over time so far. Things disappearing beyond view over the horizon, various celestial phenomenon, self-defeating appeal to refraction.
Sorry.
The incoherent and irreconcilable incoherent narrative from NASA concerning their supposed operations several 100,000 miles away from the Earth in the cosmic vacuum. I mean, that one really is a very important fact to grasp concerning the logical cogency of this worldview, specifically this cosmological doctrine.
Sorry.
I keep making this analogous comparison because it really does work. Like this paradigm, at best, is evacuated of credibility, because if they don't have the long distance operations far away from the Earth, then obviously they don't have any instance in history where humans have supposedly left the Earth far enough away to see the entire supposed sphere and then capture a photo and then come back and show and tell the world. So that's why I compare it to the resurrection. So without the moon landing missions, you do not have any anecdote from anyone that has supposedly seen the entire Earth, snapped a photo, and come back and show the world. Came back and showed the world. Just as if Yahusha, Jesus, did not resurrect from the dead, then everyone's faith in him is vain. And they're still in their sins. And they're doomed until there is a substitutionary atonement.
You know what's crazy? I am now going back at, like, I feel like a pendulum, and I go from I don't believe that they're this ignorant, don't believe that they don't understand what I'm saying, to I think I do believe it, because I had a conversation with Scott Mackey, and just like this guy, they truly, like, he described to me what my friend described to me. And this is what my friend described to me. She says that, when she was on some island, they said, I think it might have been Cuba. She was like, they had told her that it was like 100 miles away. And so, hold on, getting a fork here. So she says, well, I didn't see it. And I said, you know why? Because I hadn't considered what she might say. I said, you know why? Because according to the globe, it's not in front of you because it's below the Earth's surface, curving. And she said, huh? She's like, whoa, hold up. She's like, I never thought about that. I just thought Cuba was in that direction. I don't know if it was Cuba, but it was somewhere. It was 100 miles away. She's like, I just thought it's in that direction, but I just can't see it because I'm too far away. I didn't think it's because the Earth is a globe. And that's the thing. Scott Mackey said, You guys are making this geometric horizon thing up because before this, no one was talking about it. It was just the horizon, and we just saw things disappear. Right. So prior to our argumentation, everyone just basically affirmed the consequence. Oh, look, there's a horizon. Oh, ships go below or beneath or beyond the horizon. That's just what people believe, but they didn't have a true mathematical, geometrical, predictable claim before we pointed it out. Hey, that's actually supposed to be a measured distance. And they're like, no, why are you guys saying that? You guys are making that up. Because they never really thought about it. So then I thought, well, perhaps some people are treated like us, like, Go-Vertus that come in here and then people go, where's your evidence for the sphere charge? It's like, they don't even know what we're talking about. They just came, you know what I mean? And it's like, after you're met with that kind of thing, you kind of get this invincible ignorance. That I think that's where it comes from, because it's like whatever you guys are saying is bullshit, because I didn't say none of that. Nobody says any of that, but it could, because they can only basically assert it because they're now defending themselves, and this is how they've taught themselves to defend themselves because of how we reacted to them being normies at some point. Just like we have a reaction because of how we were treated in the beginning. I feel like we're all victims.
Yeah, I mean, there simply is no avoiding one of the very evident aspects of human nature. We have emotions. And along with these emotions, we also err. We commit fallacy, some more often than others, some less often than others. But of course, our emotions have an effect on our pattern of thinking, our argument, in the sense of a pattern of thinking and pattern of intention. And so, of course, when we recognize or detect or at least perceive a familiar high threat, of course, we respond with high defense and respond in kind, whether we perceived correctly or not. That's why introspection, self-scrutiny, being self-aware is so important. Because if you're not optimally self-aware, then thank you. Because if you're not optimally self-aware, then for all you know, to the limit, to the extent that you're aware, you could be in a good position and falsely perceive it to be a dangerous position, or be in a hazardous position and falsely perceive it to be a safe haven. This is why discernment is emphasized as one of the gifts of the Holy Spirit. Discern, rightly interpret. That's why the Lord said, don't judge by mere appearances, rather judge correctly.
Jesus said he doesn't judge at all. That's interesting.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. It's in John 8.
No, he didn't.
Okay, well, it's in John 8, so you can look it up.
Yeah, so now, of course, when I mention that, you see, Exhibit A, right here. See?
I know, but I don't know whose name it was.
Just move past him. That's P. Drinker.
It says to judge righteously.
Yeah, John 8 says, I judge no man. Okay, who said that?
Right, so now you want to quibble with me about biblical exegesis, is that it?
No, he doesn't. He wants to talk about drinking pee, so he's done.
What if I judge Jesus? What does that mean?
Again, we know. I am not about to hear Orion criticize. Let's just drop it, please, so that we can just have a nice, comfortable breakfast as a nice family for once.
I mean, how about this? How about this question? Why, when I mentioned that, did two persons respond with trying to quibble with me about biblical exegesis?
So we're going to talk about it? Okay. I can't stop y'all.
It's a worthy question. I mean, that was just Exhibit A of what I was just describing in principle. They could have responded with, you know what, that's wise. We should judge correctly.
But we're
Why
talking
didn't they
about,
respond that way?
but we're talking about P Drinker and Orion, who's not a believer, and we've had discussions with him. So it's like we already know the answer.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you can hear me saying the rhetorical question, can you not? Not
Yeah.
missing the point.
I was just trying to move forward as a happy family. That's all. Because the moment one of these guys get triggered, it's over for the next hour.
Sure. So the point being, of course, discern correctly, including discerning yourself and your position.
It has to be.
So is there anyone in here who wants to prove that they know that the Earth is a ball? How about this question? I believe it stands to reason that light is its own state of matter, even though it's not a solid, nor a liquid, nor a gas. Am I wrong? If I am wrong, then what is light? If it's not its own distinct state of matter.
Would the word energy work better? Like its own state of energy? Its own form of energy?
Well, given that light possesses energy, therefore, light is an ontologically distinct entity from energy that wouldn't be coherent.
I don't think you know what mass is, or matter for that sake.
What is mass?
Talking about people going to church? Talking about that kind of math or something else?
I love mass.
That was you, MPX. What is
The
mass?
expression
What
of
is
concentrated
matter?
energy within the Higgs field,
What is the Higgs field?
a quantum field that we know minimally about because we're just starting exploration into it.
And how do we show that this field exists?
Through experiments, usually through large particle colliders.
Can you show me a successful experiment that demonstrates the field's existence?
What do you mean by that? What is your standard for, quote, showing existence?
Some sort of observation that we've had done.
I mean, there's a Nobel Prize awarded for the experiment that demonstrated the Higgs boson, and I think it was like 2012 or something. You want to look that
Did
up?
they observe it?
Podcast.
So why did you mention this in response to my question?
Because you're expressing light as a different form of matter, but matter is going to be a different form of energy. So I think you just fundamentally misunderstand the structure of the universe to be framing things in that way.
Well, it seems that you fundamentally misunderstand the structure of the universe because matter is not energy. They're two different entities. They're not synonymous.
Have you ever heard of the term E equals MC squared?
Yeah, Einstein was wrong. That's foolishness.
That's a claim and a
Maybe they're
half.
waiting
Why do
for me
you
to clean
say
the
that?
bathroom, so I'll get on that right now.
That's a claim and a half that you
It
say it's
could.
right,
It might.
just because you're adhering
Next
to
clean
your old
world, nice
teaching.
thing. Like,
I'm not
oh,
saying
you
it's
get the
absolutely right. I'm
flavors.
just saying it seems to be coherent. Relatively,
Elijah,
there are
hot mic, dude.
active discrepancies
My
between
bad.
it and
That's all
quantum
right, man.
I
mechanics,
went
but
out like
All right, so define matter, then define energy.
matter's going to be expressed in terms of energy, so I'd rather do it the other way around.
Oh, so I mean, isn't that begging the
Okay,
question?
define
Like,
energy.
oh, God.
Excitations within a particular quantum field.
What is a quantum field?
We're starting to get to like base levels of reality here, but it seems to be a fundamental component of the fabric of space-time and like
Oh my
vacuum
God, more
space.
claims.
Where can I find this space time?
Then more claims.
It's the
Well,
medium
space-
in which you're embedded.
Well, I'd like to actually manipulate space time so I can prove it's real.
Okay, go ahead. Enter a gravitational field. Congratulations, you did it. You're on Earth.
No, no.
Can you prove the gravitational field is real?
I don't. What do you mean by prove is real? I don't know what standard you're looking for there.
So you don't know what the phrase "prove is real" means, but I misunderstand the fundamental
correct.
structure of the universe.
Because when you say prove is real, I need to appeal to what you mean by all of those terms.
Like, you know, in the scientific method, you have a proof for a natural phenomena observed. So
Scientific
fine,
method doesn't put
excuse
forward
me?
proofs. It puts forward experiments.
Yeah, obviously it wasn't done,
Then
MPX.
what experiment did you do to prove
I can't
this
talk.
claim
I
that
can't
you
talk because
made?
we got to qualify what an
I would not be the one
first.
performing experiment because I wouldn't have access to the like.
I'm pretty sure we can hear Eli speaking. He's been trying to
No, they
get
don't
in for
give
like
Oh, I'm sorry.
several minutes.
No one gives
He's
a
really
fuck.
quiet. That's my fault. Let me turn Eli up.
Let me get. Hold up. I got y'all.
Your mic's kind of muffled, Eli. We could hear you, Elijah. It's just muffled too at the same time.
I got y'all right now because the moment that my mic is loud, then it becomes something else. Right?
Cool.
Okay, so MPX's responses are jargon filled, but not cogent. So again, we have to back up.
I'm asking what
Matter. You define matter as energy. So what is energy? Excitations in the quantum field, you said?
Within particular quantum fields, yes.
And what is a quantum field? Like, that's not meaningful on its face. You have to define that.
It's a medium.
I
through
prefer that
which
energy is the
particular,
capacity to work.
Wait,
elements
let
of the
MPX finish. Say again.
element- It's a medium through which particular elements of the what's the word term? Subatomic particle zoo, I think is the proper phrase for it. I could be wrong here. It's not my area of expertise. But the medium through which those are expressed. And we're going to start hitting circularity here because we're hitting the very base levels of knowledge.
No, I did. The first thing I said was this sounds like begging the question, and everybody ignored me. Well, of course it's going to get circular because you can't actually get down to proving the underlying premise, which is what we're trying to get down to.
Well, there's theories in which there's constructions about how these particular fundamental things interact with higher order things, and we are able to make predictions about them and their mechanics, but we are not necessarily able to explain exactly what they are philosophically through science. I don't know what demonstration you'd like me to give in order to give some foundational principle to a definition.
Well, in science, like I was trying to say earlier, you have an observed natural phenomena, and then you have a excuse me?
I said yes. I'm just acknowledging that I'm following.
Okay, the second step is a hypothesis, a supposition as to what is causing the phenomena observed. Are you still? Are you still in agreement? Okay, so what's the phenomena observed, and what's being tested? Like what's the supposition as to what's causing what's being observed, and how did they manipulate it?
Well, hang on, because my question, which he's responding to, isn't a matter of causation. This is a matter of just what is the property of the thing in question. Basically, specifically, the question is, what is matter? He said matter is energy. I said, what is energy? He He said it's excitations in the quantum field. Of course, quantum field is meaningless on its face, so they had to define it. And now he's caught in a circular answer, like you just pointed out, where this meaningless phrase quantum field is just the ontological level of the subatomic components of all bulk matter.
Hey Gregory, maybe we could help him and correct him, because it's almost like he kind of got too smart for his own good, because he missed the simplistic things. Like, for instance, I think it might be better if you restated that and said matter has energy as opposed to matter is energy, because you can look at light as an energy, but it has no matter. So it's kind of like a contradiction. So maybe it's just your wording, and you are telling Gregory that he doesn't understand the fundamentals of the universe, but it sounds like you don't understand.
The photon is the fundamental transmitter of the EM field. So it's viewed as both a particle and a wave, but like fundamentally, the particle is concentrated.
No, it is not, and this is why he says the things.
What do you mean? No, it's not.
Because it's not.
It's not.
Okay, can you justify that statement?
No, can you?
Do you think that the split experiment is false?
Yes.
How?
Why?
How can something be?
Because things are more succinctly understood when they're viewed as.
Just time to ignore me again. I can't get in more than two.
Sorry,
back and forths.
You're very quiet. I hear someone else. I respond to them. I'm sorry.
Like,
I think
the thing is, no one here is actually speaking truth.
He's responding to him, though, right?
Your mic
So,
is really
go ahead.
low, dude. The Elijah guy. So it's hard to hear you.
Okay, so MPX, go ahead to Elijah.
Well, what's Elijah's question again? I couldn't quite hear it. I think I responded to somebody else.
Did anyone hear my question? I don't even know where I was.
Well, you objected to his latest predication, and then I think you were asking him justify saying that it is X.
Oh, right. Because it can't. One thing can't be objectively two different things.
Yep, that's why I'm positing that it makes more sense to view things as fundamentally composed of energy.
I mean, you can use Schrodinger's cat.
Okay, so here we go.
I'm not sure how that.
I'm familiar with this. So I just replied to a post from Neil deGrasse Tyson on his Facebook page, Star Talk. In fact, I'm going to find it in just a moment. And here is the crux of the issue. This metaphysic, and that's what it is, categorically, because this is an ontological predication. This is a statement about what's the fundamental property of all matter. Now, matter has been defined as energy, even though that is very counterintuitive and really seems incoherent on its face. But of course, let's entertain the line of reasoning that is implied by this premise. If matter is energy, and energy is just excitations within a field, whatever type of field, whether you prefix it with quantum, whatsoever other word, then that reduces everything to just energy, because that's what the predication just said. Everything is energy.
Is that a problem?
And of course, that cancels out anything that's not energy, right? Which includes all the abstract things that we're using right now to talk about the matter. Wink, wink, the matter. So with that being said, that destroys the possibility of knowledge about anything whatsoever, because knowledge in all of its elemental components are not energy nor matter.
Well, I mean, that's if you accept a.
What if it's like water and ice?
Sir, it's except if you accept a particular horn of the mind-body problem. I would state that, but I don't think it's implied.
Wait, how is
Of course it's implied.
How is
Why
knowledge?
is that
As I just
automatically implied?
argued.
Mind and consciousness could be absolutely distinct from the notion of energy and matter and all that.
No, you don't have anything else if everything is just energy, and that's all you have.
That's what I believe in my metaphysic, but that's not an implication of the premises thus far.
That is an implication. You just said there's only energy. Everything is energy, so then you only have energy, so you don't have anything else. It's non-energy.
Okay, sure. then we'll just work with that because that does follow my belief. I don't think that was
Right, so that's self-defeating. You couldn't know it.
Say what?
You couldn't know it.
I mean, that depends on your definition of knowledge again.
All right, so justified true belief, justification in the sense of sound argumentation in one or more specific objective true premises, and a logically valid argument, belief, to accept or affirm a proposition to be true or false, true in this instance, and truth, a proposition that is coherent and or corresponding to the given object being referred to. So
knowledge is not
none
that
of that is matter nor energy, so therefore knowledge is not real in this worldview.
By that definition, yes.
Right, so that's self-defeating. So you don't know this to be true.
How is knowledge not matter, my friend?
I just explained it.
Yeah,
No. It's based off of your memory, correct?
No, he's saying that if it... He used a particular definition, so like the actual proposition, and it's like abstractness wouldn't be real in the same sense. Like maybe the memory and constructs are real objects, but the actual meaningful notion of knowledge in and of itself is not real in the worldview he put forward.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, it's that knowledge is something you gain, not something that's just in your brain that you remember, right? So it's something that exists outside of ourselves that we deal with.
That thing that we deal with, right, is it's measurement, right? You're recording something, you measure something. That becomes
Well, I
your
mean,
experience, right?
Depends on what you mean
But
by
you-
measure.
but your
you can't
experience-
you can't measure. Well, there are
Your
different
experience of
ways.
something, right?
You
that-
hear me
that
talking, bro? Because I know
Yeah, go
you're
ahead. Sorry,
stuttering
man.
through
Sorry.
me, Pennant. Like I could have sworn if you didn't hear me, you wouldn't have been trying to stutter through me.
Go ahead. I'll listen.
No, you go ahead. What the hell were you talking about? Why is it so important to interrupt?
My apologies, man.
What were you saying?
I was saying that your experience of something, right? It's not the truth about that thing.
But you're still missing the point.
Well, no. You're using this word truth, right? And you're using this word knowledge, and I don't think you're clearly,
Okay,
denigrating
define
Well, here-
truth.
Yeah,
They're
but
the
you-
same thing.
man.
Define truth.
Yeah, we'll do
Knowledge
it this way, Santiago.
is
Like,
truth.
how about tell one thing you know and one thing you believe?
Both are the same thing, right?
Well, there's your problem. Your worldview's fucked up. You're trying to adjudicate your understanding of what Elijah said through the lens of your worldview instead of what he's talking about. So you've confused yourself by having two different things be exactly the same thing.
Yeah, he's conflating categories.
Yeah,
Maybe,
you
but-
fucked
but-
up. That's where you fucked up. You
No
fucked
worries,
up
man.
because
No worries.
you can't
Maybe I
parse
did.
out inside your worldview. You can't parse out belief and knowledge. Then ask somebody else to do it for you when you can't do it yourself. Why would somebody help you out?
I can do it. I can do it
Okay,
myself,
we'll do it.
right?
Okay,
Yeah.
tell me
Wow.
one thing you know and one thing you believe.
Look. Those things, I
Okay, dude, just one thing. Okay, I say I believe pineapple belongs on pizza, but I know sweet and savory is a good food option.
Right.
Something like that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that. That's all you gotta do. Okay, just reach into your worldview. Like you got a bucket, like a little well of all
Right.
the things that encompass your worldview. Just reach into that bucket, grab something you believe, and grab something you know,
Cool.
and then say it.
Okay, so we're doing this all the time.
Okay, dude, just come on. We gotta get through this. Okay, you gotta get to like what's something you know. Santiago say, I know this.
Look,
I
I know,
believe that.
I know, right? I know the light is on.
Okay.
There's an example of knowledge, right?
So the light's on.
It's
Yeah.
measurable, a mechanical fact, right?
Okay, and you believe what's something you believe?
My belief can be ridiculous. I can believe anything I want.
Okay, so what's something that you believe?
I mean,
Phil can't melt steel beams.
Yeah.
I
good one.
believe that at the beginning of everything, right, the Big Bang, it all reduces down to special unicorns.
Okay, sounds good. There you go. So now use that framework when Elijah is talking about knowledge and experience.
Yeah, so now Elijah, please finish your point.
Bro, I don't even. I'm so lost. No, not
So how
because
about this? Here we are.
not because of what Kurt was saying. That was brilliant. I just forgot where I was going with my line of question.
Yeah, let's try this. So here we are. This is the problem with their metaphysic. Because for some reason, there's no necessity for this. Like, there's nothing in their worldview that needs this premise where matter is ontologically identical with energy. There is no distinction. Right?
Parsimony.
There's nothing that requires that. Unless supposedly there is.
Virtues.
Why do you need this premise?
Because it sufficiently gives explanation for all premises involved with the rest of my knowledge base without additional extra content that is seemingly unnecessary.
So without the premise, everything is energy. What then can you not logically sustain to be true?
The almost all quantum effects.
Quantum effects
that are observable.
So an area of knowledge, as I say that very sensitively, where there is no empirical detection at all whatsoever.
What? I'm not sure where you're going with the empirical detection thing.
I mean, is this not supposedly a part of the empirical sciences, the physics? Am I wrong?
Sure, it's empirical.
Okay, so, but quantum ideology, this quantum fill in the blank, right? You don't empirically detect any of this. So, what good is it?
We observe all sorts of like quantum effects, like your computer. If you're on like a 3 or 5 nanometer CPU chip, is fundamentally constructed with these quantum effects in mind.
Is quantum meaningful? Yes or no?
Yes.
What does it mean?
That things have the fundamental components of these quantum fields are restricted to discrete quanta of energy level.
The smallest amount of the smallest amount of state of anything.
Mm-hmm. Is that it?
May or may not be the case for the state of anything, but
what? Oh my God! Fundamentally means what?
For the quantum fields, it's fundamental. Yes.
Okay.
For
Which is made up of what?
There may or may not be constructions further underneath ontologically those quantum fields. You don't know what's below them yet.
So it's a misnomer.
Or if there is one.
So it's a misnomer then.
It seems to be a fundamental property of the quantum field itself.
So it's a misnomer then.
Potentially, just like how Newtonian mechanics could be called a misnomer in terms of its mechanics, because like GR and special relativity seem to be more accurate, quote unquote.
Okay, so here let's grasp this so far.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad, because I was about to take that red herring.
So let's grasp this so far. I asked him, is quantum meaningful? He said yes. I asked him, what does it mean? He said, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the fundamental smallest components, which are energy. Correct?
Not quite, but
correct me.
That the
what does it mean is the question.
That the mediums of expression in those quantum fields are restricted to particular quantums or quanta or particular like discrete states. So you can have an energy level of say 1, 3, or 5, but it can't be 2, 4, 2.2 or 2.145.
So he's talking about how you measure it?
Not quite.
It's
not
talking
quite
about properties of the expression of excitation in those fields.
Yeah, I'm trying to get meaningfulness to the term quantum.
I don't know what criteria you're looking for when you want to give me like.
I'm waiting to hear something that is meaningful that I can make sense out of in English. Right. So, given what you said so far, I think I understood it. And so, quantum means the smallest. I'm paraphrasing in simple words. The smallest quantities of energy, correct?
Not
Is that semantically equivalent to what you just said?
Not quite, but I think it's close enough that we can probably move on to the next point.
Not move on.
Now, you see, the problem is, why is it so difficult to define this term?
Because you're
Without stuttering and stammering.
You're rephrasing what I've said in ways that doesn't quite follow. I'm not
Okay,
talking
so
about the
let-
smallest. I'm
let me
talking about
try.
discreteness.
Because what you said itself, and then Eli, because what you said itself is convoluted with stuttering and stammering. That's not indicative that you know what you're talking about, that this term is meaningful.
Well, I'm not a quantum physicist, but I mean, generally, I
so-
don't think
Okay.
I'm saying anything egregiously wrong. It's just tough to be very particular and accurate.
Right, so you haven't said a meaningful answer yet. You convoluted stuttering and stammering.
I don't know what you mean by meaningful here.
It's not tough to be particular and accurate.
It's
Only
extremely
liars-
tough to be
only-
particular and accurate. What?
Why do you have to? No, it's not. Only liars to their girlfriends say that, sir.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, would you
that's
say
what a-
it's
that's what a
easier
liar-
to
that's
make
what
a
a liar would say.
like a regular screw while not giving a fuck, or make a really high precision screw?
Okay, so there are people who make whoever fucking invented the screw has manufacturing plants that like literally work for literally I don't all screws everywhere. Like it's not
Sure,
it's not a hard
yep.
thing. So
It can be. I work in
for all-
aerospace. I can
so
tell
for
you it's
all
going to be
in- so for
extremely
all in-
difficult.
For all intents and purposes, if you need a certain bolt, guess what? There's a big factory pumping out boatloads of them.
If they are low precision, yes.
There's going to be like some margin of error, but as far as we're concerned, as far as we can tell, they're useful for what they're made for. So the ridges and grooves and the size of
Uh-huh.
that we need to be practical is just fine. We're not trying to go below that, but I guess that's what you're
But you're
saying.
asking
not
for a
trying to go
precise
below-
answer.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, because we're just trying to understand what you mean. You said, well, not small but discrete. But what you said was, well, with a quantum field, you have certain interactions that are predictable among these fundamentally discrete particles, right?
hmm Well, discrete excitations. I did not call them particles.
Okay, excitations, that's fine. Excitations of what?
The field and its energy state.
Excitation. So a field is full of nothing.
The field is full of nothing. No, the field is going to have
It's full
energy.
of what? But what is it?
We don't
Identify the
necessarily-
substance that is the field.
We're not absolutely sure.
Okay, well, you can't have an excitation of question mark. You can't have an excitation of ignorance.
You tell me fundamentally what an apple is, and if we play the Y game long enough, I'm sure you'll
Why
start
are you
to really
dodging,
struggle.
dude?
That wasn't the Y game. I just exposed that. Given your
That's not
answer
a
was
dodge.
ignorance.
We're hitting.
Well,
we're hitting
look,
the
look. We
absolute
don't.
limit of
We don't have to.
human
We,
knowledge.
look.
Wait. This is more simple. 'Cause
Gregory,
I'm gonna
are
say-
water
I'm
and
gonna
ice
say
the
it
same thing?
stupid. No,
Right?
no, don't do that. Don't do that. No. So, I have a field of apples. It's their fruit. See how simple that was?
What's a fruit? Why are you saying something in terms of something else? Like, I don't know what that thing is. What is meaningful there?
Well, I can give you an apple and say, this is an apple from my field of apples. Show me the field. Here's my apple field.
Okay, I'm showing you the quantum
Or
field.
apple tree, apple whatever.
We have particular particles that have been observed.
Well,
But
we
what
said
fundamentally
that-
are those?
Where we
What is-
observing
what is
the
a field?
quantum- where
You,
we
you keep
observing the
interrupting him because obviously you're feeling the fire of scrutiny.
Sure, you could say that, but it seems like the argument's more just really dumb.
No, it's not dumb. It's not dumb to scrutinize. It's not even an argument. You're not even categorizing that correctly. Eli, please go ahead.
Like you can't ask that question,
Yeah,
right?
just like you have apples in a field, no one's gonna say, "Oh, that's hard to explain," right? So you're saying there's a field, a quantum field of, again, question mark. So okay, let's start with the where do we see this?
Whether or not something is hard to explain is whether or not there's a level of intuition that is comfortably slotted into that idea.
I love that.
So-
The question was, where is this?
Where is the quantum field?
Like, where do you observe it? Like at least give us something to go to bed and study.
It's implicit within like space.
Not implicit.
So in order to observe this,
saying it's implicit instead of showing me something observable means that you're about to beg the question.
well, we keep changing with each subsequent question you ask.
No,
the claim you're looking to justify keeps shifting,
No,
so it's very
it's not.
hard to.
No, it doesn't. No, it isn't. We would ask you about the same
You can't
premise
just say,
for
"No,
the
it
past
isn't."
several minutes.
It's a different question.
It's a different question about the same premise, the same
Following
subject.
your line of questioning.
It's the same question about the same subject.
Okay.
Okay.
Same
So here we
general
are.
domain, but it's not the exact
Yeah,
same
so
question.
here we are, dude. Come on, you're not going to disrupt the forum because you can't withstand scrutiny, dude. So what we've gotten out of you so far, okay, mind you, you went out of your way to defy me earlier, condescending to me. So
Let's focus on
this
the
is what you get. These are the
information.
repercussions of your actions.
Analyze each other. Just focus on the info.
Dude, I got it. Just let me finish the point. So here we are. The so-called E equals MC squared, reducing to just energy, because matter is simply a semantically indistinguishable synonym for energy, supposedly. And energy is the excitations in the quantum field, right? And the field is question mark. See, this is not cogent. You're not having excitations in nothing, like Eli's point. And then when we ask you to specifically identify the substance that is the field, you can't do it.
Well, it's
so you don't have knowledge about what you're talking about.
If you want to use that as a standard for knowledge, no one has knowledge for anything. You just bottled yourself into
Well, is that it's funny you say that. So then you agree with my reductio ad absurdum argumentum earlier, don't you?
But
because that's what I said.
If you hold to that theory of knowledge, then you should not claim to know anything. That's fine. I'm also I'm kind of at that.
If I affirmed your metaphysic, stop it. If I affirmed your metaphysic, I don't,
well,
because
if
I'm
you're
not
using it as a
Slimane.
critique here, it would seem that you find it to be reasonable.
In a different metaphysic than yours, not a self-defeating metaphysic, a different one.
But if you
I reduced your metaphysic to absurdity.
Sure.
I'm critiquing you not from your. Now I'm saying I'm doing the act of refutation, presupposing my worldview that actually has the necessary preconditions for knowledge. So without digressing to that,
you said you're presupposing
the point. Without digressing to that, as you persevere to obfuscate the point is not only does your metaphysic reduce knowledge to be non-existent and therefore impossible, you yourself, when you get down to finally identifying what it is you're actually talking about, so that we can actually see if this position is tenable under scrutiny, you then are reduced to absurdity, irrationality, question mark, excitations, and question mark.
I'll even concede that, but if you presuppose your metaphysic to make that claim, like you also in that same exact spot.
No, I'm
You'd
not
like to
in the
subject
same
your
exact
metaphysics to
spot because
scrutiny
it's
as
a
well. I'm
different
more than happy to do
metaphysic. Stop it. You're just persevering to try and demolish everyone else's position because you find yourself being demolished now.
Can you get more than
no,
one
it is
sentence
not
off?
a self-defeating thing for me as you continue to interrupt and disrupt the voice channel.
Yeah, here, try to go one at a time. It's a little bit of audio chaos. Each just take a turn, okay?
Am I allowed to ensure that we're holding each other to the same standard and both being reasonable?
Yeah,
yeah, sure. So without interrupting.
Yeah, one at a time.
Yeah, the main way to do this too is MPX, right? Is that who's talking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, do you remember me? I've talked to you before
I know,
about AI and stuff.
What's up, buddy?
It was about a year and a half ago, maybe something. Okay. Anyway, so if you feel like someone is like logically inconsistent in their worldview, and you don't know where to go from that, probably just disengage and be like, okay, I'm complete. I feel like this is where we're at. There's no knowledge anymore. And that's kind of the end of the conversation. But if you still think there's something to learn here, something you can gain knowledge in, you can know something by going back and forth with Gregory, then continue.
Well, I mean, it's either that or
I
one
wish
of us
Gregory
could
would
gain
stop.
knowledge. Doesn't necessarily have to be me or him.
Yeah, I'm not saying you. I mean you. I meant one side or the other. It's the same thing with Gregory. If Gregory feels like there's no way to figure something out with you because you don't have the same sort of set and practices and standards of what you know and what you believe or whatever, then there's kind of like at that point maybe just both you guys disengage because the conversation isn't going anywhere and maybe pick up something new.
Well, could
I still
add
want to
something
finish
about
my
quantum
sentence.
physics?
Yeah, how about that? How about we do that? Okay, Gregory, you get the last word. Or here, how about let MPX say his thing and you get the last word, then we'll move on.
If he doesn't want to continue, I mean, he just needs to stop interrupting. So, do you have something to say, MPX?
All I'm saying is I would like to be held to the same epistemic standard that you hold yourself to.
Okay. So, I don't need you to hear that. I don't need you to say that anymore. So, what I was saying before you interrupted me was that I gave an argument that necessarily reduces your position to absurdity and the impossibility of knowing it. And of course, when I give an argument, when anyone gives an argument, if they wish to give a sound argument, should not be presupposing a metaphysic and would not presuppose a metaphysic that makes argumentation and knowledge whatsoever impossible, of course. So, of course, you can't then try to pull the validity or soundness out of my argument because I'm not arguing from a metaphysic that makes knowledge and argumentation impossible, of course. I'm arguing from a position that makes knowledge possible. I'm exposing, according to the laws of logic, right, that your metaphysic makes argumentation and knowledge impossible. And then also identifying that it reduces to irrational, semantically vacuous, nebulous conclusions. I picked multiple synonyms deliberately so that you get the point.
Okay.
So matter is energy. Energy is excitations in the quantum field. A quantum field is ignorance. Well, of course, once your position reduces to ignorance, right, your so-called excitations, which supposedly is energy, which supposedly is matter, cannot be real because you can't have anything in ignorance. Everything doesn't subsist of ignorance or a question mark.
All right, may I reply?
Is water and ice the same thing, Gregory?
Yeah. So MPX, do you feel like this is is there a road that you guys can go down together? Like, is there some asphalt here, or is it the kind of like
No,
this
answer
is a
my
dead
question.
end? Yeah, Percival, just dude, seriously, random squawking. How about this? Ask questions you don't know the answers to. Can you agree to that?
Me or
I just
if
want to
you
hear
don't
Gregory's
know
opinion,
the difference
'cause, like,
between water,
he was going on about.
yeah, but
You can just get triggered every time, too.
water and
Dude,
ice
you
the
just
same
keep
thing.
saying the same question, and obviously Gregory's not going to entertain some lowbrow,
No,
numpty,
because like
numbskull shittery.
why can't things be two things at once, right? Like I don't see.
You
we do
guys
that
aren't
all the time,
representing
don't
this correctly. I don't think MPX is representing this correctly. Okay, I studied physics. I studied quantum physics. And to give it a fair shot, this is what's actually going on. And you guys keep talking about like excitations in the quantum field. Quantum physics doesn't really have anything to do with that. What it is actually is just what is measurable, and you keep using the word metaphysic, right? You may be able to apply that term metaphysic to what quantum physics is, but I think it's doing a disjustice because what it actually is what you can measure about recorded information, data, right? The double slit experiment. There's a conundrum there. There's a paradox.
No.
And how we were able to
Let him finish.
interpret that, right, is by using mathematics, okay?
No.
And this doesn't mean that the mathematics is true or that the physics that we're utilizing is the truth. Therefore, you might be able to call it metaphysics, potentially, but I think you're doing a disservice to it because it is the actual physics, right, taking place in a Hilbert space that treats something as a quanta, and by doing that, right, mathematically is able to provide results and actually provide a solution to a diffraction pattern and what's actually happening. That's how quantum physics got started. And there is a certain beauty in it. You asked like what is like I forget the exact question that you asked, Gregory. Like what is the value of quantum physics? Okay, and I've been listening this whole time, but really, what the value of quantum physics, in my opinion, is it shows us the breaking down of measurement, right? It actually showed us that you don't live in a world where you can measure everything and predict, from cause and effect reaction infinitely, deterministically, that this is going to take place and this is going to take place. We found out that we do not live in that type of world. And
okay, so once again,
so quantum mechanics and quantum field theory is not the same thing.
Quantum field theory is a mathematical construct as well.
You said
yes,
that there was a conundrum with what?
So hold on. Let me just say a little bit more, and then we'll go back to that question.
I waited for you to finish, or for 60 seconds or 120 seconds, bro.
Okay, then ask me. Then what? There was more that I wanted to say. I think it would lend to your point.
I already know it wouldn't, because you didn't justify what you said. You just moved on.
No, I wasn't necessarily done there. I mean, look, let me just finish this one point, and then you can say whatever you want. Okay, look.
I already asked you what I asked you. You could just.
I didn't hear it, man.
Listen.
Ask me again.
So when you said, what did you say? The double slit or something about
diffraction patterns. Yeah.
Well, no, that's the whole point. Is what causes diffraction patterns. It's not trying. What's the conundrum?
Well, no. So there shouldn't be a diffraction pattern. That's the conundrum.
No, but you know what causes a diffraction pattern because of the experiment. That's what causes diffraction. Guess what? That's a natural phenomenon.
Light waves cause diffraction. Right?
No, bro, you can't. The experimentation would not. The experimentation has nothing to do with what you just said.
All right, look. This is the story as it's told. You can disagree with it. I can disagree with it. Whatever.
But do you disagree with me though?
No, man. No, I don't.
No. So then there's no conundrum. Then you're just saying, well, all this extra shit that people do mathematically afterwards. Maybe there's a little conundrum there because there's a worldview attached to simply getting the call. That's like people who aren't okay with heat causing water to boil. Well, what is heat? Like, nah, dog. Like you're
so here we are.
Further than what is observable and testable. You are trying to take it beyond that.
You are asking though.
I'm not.
You're asking for some justification of like a category implicitly. And science isn't going to be able to do that. Theory is going to put forward a couple of categories and make sure everything coheres with the empirics observed.
Okay, so then it's not known. So Santiago.
Yes, man.
What was your point just now?
So this is my point. Okay, going back to what Let's For Real said, right? Look, this is the history of it. You can scrutinize it, look it up. I'm sure, like maybe there might be something in it that's that feels off to you, but this is how it is told: is that when light shining through two slits.
What is being told? You're talking about what? I'm talking about
the double slit experiment first. This is not actually what I really want to say, but I'm just going to say this quickly, right? Light shining through.
Just what you really want to say, of course. That's what I want to hear.
Okay, but hold on. It leads up to it. Light is shining through two slits as a wave, right? If it's not particles, right? If it's just a wave, there should be a diffraction pattern. Okay.
No. Cite that.
Okay, hold on. I'm not trying to get into an argument. I'm just stating things, and then
that's incorrect.
But this is not the point. This is not the point.
How do you take?
Well, I mean, Eli, just let him finish his point, even if it's incorrect.
Well, yeah. I mean, how could
I'm leaving it open to be incorrect?
He's talking about the slit experiment.
So if you think about if you think about their metaphysic, right?
Yeah, but I want to get deeper into that.
So if you
Eli, please just wait. Let him finish his point so that we can actually reply to his point.
Okay, so I'll skip straight to my point. Okay, my point is that actually, in the understanding, right, of what quantum mechanics is, the reason why we actually had to study quantum mechanics or brought it about to be is because of something like the double slit experiment, which is you should experience a diffraction pattern if everything was just a field of a wave of light. But instead, apparently, when you try to determine, to try to measure what photon actually, or what light goes through one slit or the other, you don't get a diffraction pattern anymore. You get two slits, which means that you have to treat that light as a particulate thing. It's no longer interacting with the other wave that's next to it. It is just shining through the two slits like you would see normally if you shined a flashlight through two slits. Okay. So there is this problem, and the way that they solve that is by using
Eli, just hang on, dude. Just let him finish the point.
The way they solve that is by using quantum mechanics. Okay, what that is essentially you can Wikipedia Hilbert space. Okay, it's just matrices. I'm not going to go too much into it, but it's actually simple mathematics. Okay, matrix math. And in that mathematics, in the geometry of it, okay, the same thing that is, this is my point, the same thing that is the Pythagorean theorem for a triangle, right? When you solve for a triangle, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. In this space of mathematics, instead it's more like a squared plus b squared is less than equal to c squared for a geometrical triangle in that space. And that analogy, that geometry, is the same exact thing that is the reason why we have this measurement problem.
Now, what was the point earlier? Because I'm trying to you responded with a point. I'm trying to get that clear first so I can respond to it.
Well, what about me?
Well, I mean, you're trying to digress into debating him about the actual correct conception of the double slit experiment.
I'm not trying to debate. He said something that was incorrect, and based off of his incorrect understanding, he then concluded there's a problem because of his flawed premise. You can't fix that.
Wait, what he said? What was it that he said that was incorrect?
He basically said, well, light must be a wave. Like that's problem number one. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, number one, what they're doing supposedly is shooting one discrete chunk of quanta, right? Right? So that's not a wave, number one. Number two, when it comes to scientific experiments, the only thing you would say, the only thing you would wonder about is what is causing the natural phenomena observed. You're not going to ask a question in a hypothesis. Well, what is causing this wave to do X, Y, Z? Because you don't have a.
We're not talking about causes.
You wouldn't ask what is causing this. You would put forward a solid construct.
You're not listening. I'm repeating your words, and it's like you're interrupting me. Because for some reason you're like, well, the assumption of a wave somewhere down the line fucks this all up. And I'm like, yeah, that's the problem, the assumption of a wave.
What?
At some point, we had to break off into this other form of mathematics, or this other space where it's, you're using a geometry which is different, and baked into that geometry, it's the same thing as the uncertainty principle. All of it is cooked in.
It has nothing to do with the premise that.
No.
He said.
It has to do with our capability, right? Of being able to get data, right, or measure something.
You made a statement that was false. You're trying to move past that.
What statement was false?
You asked me what it was. I just told you.
Well, can you repeat it?
Light is not a wave.
Light is not a wave. Okay, so in the double slit experiment, if light is not a wave, we posit some other possible explanation. So we would assert something like light is then a particle.
That's my point. That's not a hypothesis.
What's not a hypothesis? I hypothesize.
What you just said is not a valid hypothesis. So your conclusion is not going to be valid. It's just going to bring
Wait,
more
what?
questions, which is why you said, well, the conclusion means that there's something wrong in the offset. And I'm like, yeah,
Hold on,
what's
you're-
wrong is
Can
your
we go
logic.
one point at a time?
I'm talking about the same thing, bro.
No, we're
The
not,
first
though.
thing
I asked you what is not valid, and then you took like half a sentence to say something, and then jumped to the end about the conclusion and saying that the reasoning is invalid. You're not answering my question.
So
back up. Eli said that's not a hypothesis. Go ahead. Eli.
How is it not a hypothesis?
Because a hypothesis is after you've observed a natural phenomena. So once you've observed something, not made an inference as to what's happening without observing it, but once, let me back up. You're not going to make assumptions in your observation other than what's causing it, and that's going to be your hypothesis. A causes B. A being your independent variable, B being the thing that you observed. You didn't present that. You didn't present a valid hypothesis.
The observation is going to be the diffraction pattern or the interference pattern observed when you have two slits on a particular medium.
Well, in the real world, you just have diffraction, and then you try to figure out what's the cause of that. There's nothing about a wave in there.
You would look about the particular setup and then extrapolate after you've foundationally understood the setup.
There's nothing about a wave in there. Because
you asked me for the observed phenomenon. I'm not talking about waves yet.
Dude, the more you interrupt, the more this is
because he keeps
not
skipping.
fruitful.
I have to
The wave is part of your evaluation. You can correct him after he's done with the sentence.
What is he correcting? What are you correcting? What did
you're
I
asking?
say?
Suddenly, you're asking for waves and particles again. When you first asked for the observed
Literally,
phenomenon.
you're doing it again. We cannot move forward when you do that.
I'm done with this conversation. He interrupted me in the middle of my sentence.
Run,
and you're
Forrest.
blaming me.
Well, asking a question.
That's what you guys do. You guys interrupt. We can't say anything.
Well, asking a question is not me telling you something that you can refute. You're refuting something I'm saying. What was it?
I can't. This guy doesn't listen.
Well, you just have to tell me what I said, my words that you're saying is incorrect. That's all.
Go ahead again, man. Like I'm trying to listen here.
I'm not going to go ahead again because you're not listening because you would have known by now, and everybody's probably.
Where I last left off, you were talking about a hypothesis, right? And that it was based on having measured something, correct?
No, you don't have a valid hypothesis. It's not about.
I don't have a hypothesis here. I'm trying to understand, what the nature of your argument is.
That you don't have a hypothesis. So
I don't have a hypothesis. No, I'm just stating. I'm just looking at things objectively, factually, right?
God, fuck this, man.
So you're talking about something, right? You're talking around an experiment, which had a hypothesis, a valid one, but you're parroting an invalid hypothesis and then telling us that something is wrong with that, therefore they had to go on mathematically to do something else. But you don't have a valid hypothesis. That's the problem in the first place.
Okay, so it's not me, right? And you saying I'm parroting things, that's fine. That's fine. So look, this is what quantum physics is, right? It's based on, a hypothesis, and their solution to it was quantum physics, right?
What was the hypothesis?
Well, the hypothesis is that light is not only a wave, right?
You can't. That's not a hypothesis.
Or it's not only particles.
That's not a hypothesis. I just went over it. So you're not. Why aren't you listening?
Well, you have a conundrum here. You have to solve, right? So
okay,
you have to
my
create a
hypothesis is my dog is not a cat. No, that's not a fucking hypothesis.
The hypothesis is going to be a statement of the nature of the particular medium you're observing, or the phenomena you're observing. So light is going to have these particular properties in which it's both a particle and a wave, given these particular other sets of circumstances.
Right.
other
No,
set
but
of
okay,
circumstances.
where do you observe? No, no. Where do you
I
observe?
don't. None of us have time to go into like the Maxwell equations here.
Okay, that's the thing. The question isn't what is light. You're listen. Here's the problem. You're already with your question assuming what it is or what it isn't.
That's
When
what you do with a
not the case.
hypothesis. You make an assumption
No,
about a theory
no,
that's going to
no,
that you're going to disprove or prove or
no. The hypothesis for that test
substantiate.
that he brought, the hypothesis for the test that he brought up was what's causing diffraction, not what is light.
The entire hypothesis is about what the
The
light
hypothesis
is. And
is
that's
about-
the thing we're going to test.
Yeah, the hypothesis is the
test
theory.
Is the test, right? Your hypothesis is about the test.
No, the
About the
test is
results of
about
the test.
The test is about the hypothesis. It's wrong. See, well, we don't even agree on the same epistemology, so no wonder we can't get anywhere.
You
But
put together.
that's basically Gregory's point from the beginning. You have a worldview that's absurd. And
How do
now
you know
you're trying-
that? How do you know that, my friend?
Well, I don't know which one of you two Gregory was talking to, but he just broke it down for you in like 40 minutes.
I'm just trying to explain to you, right, generically, right, in my own understanding, my best understanding of where quantum physics comes from, why it's there, and what value it actually has. I'm not trying to tell you that it's the truth about particle and wave duality or anything. I'm saying that this is how it objectively happened. So if anybody else wants to comment about that, I mean, what do you have to say? Because there may be something to learn here, but what is it?
Maybe you can tell us what light is.
No, nobody can really tell you what, like the bottom line is, because you don't have a valid hypothesis. Like, but you're saying, well, there's a problem, there's a conundrum. I asked you, you said, well, you couldn't tell me what the conundrum and what I was saying was, but you're seeming to think that there's a conundrum with light being a wave. And it's like, well, it's not a wave, that's the problem. Like,
Okay.
I know you
The
can,
conundrum is with
How do
the
you
human
explain destructive
intuition.
interference?
There's strange behaviors with interference
You
and
cause the
sometimes
interference.
non-interference
I don't
with
know what they
particle-like
do with-
behaviors.
Oh
That
my
is the
God.
conundrum, the
Like,
grading of
there's
the
a-
intuition, not necessarily anything else about like the actual properties of light.
Say that one more time. Forget
There
what the
are
other
different situations in which light seems to operate like a particle, and other situations in which it interferes like it is behaving like a wave. That is
you
the
mean
conundrum. The human
diffraction and not
intuition
diffraction? You
about
mean
those
diffraction and
observed
not
phenomena.
diffraction? You mean diffraction and not diffraction?
Given a
Basically,
particular setup, yes.
sometimes there's diffraction and sometimes there's not. Yeah, well, that's what the experiment is that's what the test is for, to understand, to get the cause.
No, but you don't
posit-
see you're not
you posit
seeing
a
like the
particular
intricacies
hypothesis.
of what's actually taking place. It's only a particle, right? Or it's only not a particle when you're trying to measure it.
Yep.
So let's refresh and remember why we're talking about this, because this was a long digression. I couldn't stop it. And so what we're talking about now, it stemmed from my question, is light its own state of matter? And then MPX resisted it, and then he eventually was reduced to absurdity and ignorance. And then Santiago made a comment, and then Eli heard a detail in that comment and attacked that, but the initial point is probably lost in history now, unless we wind the tape back.
still there, but go
And
on.
so that's where we are now. That's why we're talking about this.
I'm aware of all that as
Can I
well.
ask who's Eli?
But I'm also asking the question.
Let's be for real.
Thank you for leading this on, but where is this going, my friend?
Right, which is why I was trying to heal the avalanche, but I couldn't. So where was it supposed to go? It was supposed to go to.
I wasn't a part of this avalanche. In fact, I was trying to
I
answer
know.
genuine questions that you had.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Okay. So where it was supposed to go was a thorough analysis and scrutiny of this quantum ideology, as I call it, because just quantum fill in the blank. And so quantum reduces to ignorance, according to MPX, and then you stepped in. Santiago, and you objected saying, I don't think MPX correctly represented the position that is quantum fill in the blank, this quantum ideology. So what is it? What is quantum? Right. I asked him these questions. I'm going to ask you the same questions.
Right.
So
And I
is
thought
quantum meaningful?
Yeah, the most interesting that was your question, right? Like, what is meaningful about quantum? And I don't think MPX justified that in the correct way, because in my having studied it in college and you know, outside of college, you know, it to me and in life, right? Disregarding quantum physics or whatever, but like in life, you know, I can look back on it and be like, huh, you know, there's something actually interesting there, which is like the factor of measurement. Okay, and I brought this up. I don't need to repeat it, you know, exactly, but it showed us.
Let me stop you right there. Let me stop you right there, because that's too many words for my question that I just asked you.
I'm gonna answer you right now. Where you know, that's what I was trying to get to. So it showed us, right, the limitations of measurement.
It's still not what I'm asking you for. I just want you to follow the distinct and deliberate line of questions.
What you're answering is why is it novel and interesting, but not what is quote unquote meaningful. It depends.
That is the meaningful aspect of it. Like in all of
that's not what I'm asking you. You don't understand the question I'm asking you.
Meaningful is a subjective notion. So like philosophically, I don't know what he means by meaningful.
See, instead of just letting me say the question again, there's all this interjection.
Well, you've tried to ask it like 9 times, and we still haven't gotten clarification.
And you're still doing it. This is why this disruption, because of you right now. Okay. So is quantum fill in the blank, is the word that you're speaking to supposedly demonstrate that you know what you're talking, notice the emphasis, about. Okay. Is it meaningful, yes or no?
I say yes to me, but I don't know what you're looking for when you say meaningful.
Just it's a closed-ended yes or no question. Okay. Next question. What does it mean?
In what sense of the term? When you ask what does it mean?
Is it really not obvious on the face of the question?
It is not
what
obvious.
What do you mean when you speak
Santiago's
English?
explanation was unsatisfactory to you. My explanation was unsatisfactory.
So why are you answering? In fact, I thought it was Santiago talking. Just let Santiago talk. He's a grown man. He can speak for himself. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead and ask those questions. I don't think they're posed in the right sense, but ask them anyways. I'll answer them as clearly and concisely as I can.
Is quantum in quantum fill in the blank, quantum ideology, meaningful, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. What does it mean?
It doesn't have an inherent meaning, right? But it's meaningful because it shows the world of physics, it shows humanity, right? The limitation of their capability, right? The limitation of what measurement is. Okay? And it's that is very, very meaningful because
we're not asking what is meaningful about, it's why, what does it mean?
I'm talking about semantics, not teleology, not purpose or utility. Right, because you're talking about something, but so often this is not only happening with quantum ideologists or ideologues rather, but it happens in other lofty areas of knowledge where they have all these lofty arcane terms, but then when you analyze it, which is why analytic philosophy was made, it's just a bunch of meaningless jargon.
Right.
So I'm having to get down to brass taxes and ask you very concise, interrogative questions to see if you can convey something that is interpretable, intelligible, even though you people believe it somehow.
It might be a little less concise, I don't know who you mean by you people, but look, if I asked you, Gregory, right, is your measurement of a person, right, is it meaningful?
Okay.
No, well, that would be a different question.
You're persevering to try and undermine the questioning. Okay.
No,
instead of just listening to the questions.
Well, that is a difference because it's like when you say why is someone's height meaningful? It's like, well, what does it mean? Well, really, we're saying, well, we have a unit of measure, and this person is 5'8". Like that. Yeah, but that's what we're asking for. Not the why is it meaningful?
And
like
why is that dimension meaningful? Listen. Let's for real, right? So there are things.
No,
that
don't address me. I'm just trying to clarify and understand where Gregory's trying to go.
Hold up.
This is the
You
same
might
thing
not like this
again.
point. You might not like this point, but this is my point.
Yeah, Santiago, just pause, dude. Just pause because it's
I
happening
want to say
again.
my point, and then I'll
Just pause, dude, because it's
No,
not
I'm done with the
edifying
line
to
of
the
questioning.
room.
This is my
You're
point.
persevering to talk instead of make clarifying clarification.
I'm answering
You need
your
to get
question.
clarity first.
I'm done with it. Right? This is it. So look, if there are things that you can't measure,
Santiago, stop
if there are
persevering to
things-
lecture us and
if
just
there are things that you can't measure, right? That there is a beauty in that, right? There's a meaning to it. And in physics, if there are also things that you find after centuries of studying physics and measuring things left and right, that you find out that there is something that you can't measure, right? That is a lesson.
like Kim and Kim's Convenience, the show. What are you talking? That is what we're because you're always talking about
Okay,
it,
go on.
and we're
What
like,
are you
what's the
talking
thing
about?
you're talking about? Is the question.
What is height? What is meaningful about height? Could you answer that?
No.
No. Why? Seems like you're talking about something. What
Because
is
you're
that
some
something?
random dude with some random question trying to derail the fucking
It's
conversation, man. Shut the fuck up.
foundationally the exact same question that you're trying to ask me. Just substituting one dimensionality for another.
That's true. I think the answer people are just looking for is just like something like in quantum. When you talk about quantum anything, that refers to literally refers to quanta, which at some point people thought were the smallest thing. It's kind of philosophical bend there. And then when people say quantum and they always repeat quantum in the words of their theories, that just to collectivize them or group them as the theory of the smallest things and kind of that area of scientific pursuits. So it's just a way to collectivize things. And sure, it's also kind of a way to popularize the science, When you say quantum, lay people kind of know what you mean in a very, very abstract sense. Does that answer the question?
Could remind the room real quick. It's this all started when I think it was MBK originally said that matter is energy, and all this whole hour and a half discussion has been based upon the original statement. Matter is energy. Can we kind of come back to that instead of talking about people's height and shit?
right. And someone is muting me. No, I'm the one trying to get clarity. So can we get clarity, please?
We
Did I
have
answer
to
your
get through the
question,
height
Gregory?
question. We have to get
This
through
is
the
the
height
time
question to be able to understand the standard we're looking
You
for.
hear
when we
this?
ask
I
your
don't do
question.
that. You hear this right now? You see? Okay.
So you're saying that quantum has no meaning,
Cacophony
right?
that just happened again. So here we go. Can we please clarify? Okay. So, Santiago, I'm choosing you to begin somewhere with clarity. Obviously, I'm not asking you in the teleological sense, as in what utility does this have? Okay, you can't have any supposed utility when it doesn't even have any semantic value first. It has to be meaningful. It has to be intelligible in the language you're speaking in. Okay, that's obviously the sense in which I'm asking you, what does it mean when I'm asking about quantum? Trying to establish some meaning, some meaningfulness.
Can you answer
Can we
the
do
height
that,
question
please?
so we know what you're asking?
So once
Quantum,
again,
the smallest
I've asked
divisible,
several times now.
the
Eli, go ahead.
smallest divisible amount of energy is what is described as quantum.
Santiago, is that correct? Yes or no?
That is the theory. That is the idea, but that is probably not the truth.
Okay, so that's what is meant, correct?
Yeah. That's the
Okay.
idea.
So it's really just another synonym for subatomic, correct? Quantum?
Not really.
Yes.
In a very loose sense, maybe.
You see, why is there not just a definitive yes or no? So define subatomic and then define quantum. And let's see if there's a difference.
Subatomic are things smaller
quantum
than
involves atomic particles, not only subatomic particles.
Okay. So subatomic would be a subcategory of particles, and quantum is just a synonym for particles, correct?
You can use quantum physics to describe molecules.
Okay, so correct.
No. See, that's where you're dragging this into an odd area. I'm willing to follow you, but what I was saying is it is a mathematical model, right? and that model can be applied to a lot of different things. And
I'm not asking you about the math.
Well, then
that's why I have to
then
interrupt you.
Go on.
Because you're
Go on.
interpreting the
asking about
question.
the semantics and the meaning of something. I'm trying to follow you. It's a little bit difficult, but go ahead.
So just pause and listen to my clarification, because I can tell you didn't interpret my question correctly. So quantum is a synonym for particle, and subatomic is a subcategory of particle. Correct? Yes or no?
No.
Oh wait, no. I would say.
Yeah, you can
Really
say that.
quick,
I don't
really
see what the
quick.
problem.
I would say because it's really the smallest amount of energy and or information.
What is
Quantum?
Quantum
As far as I've heard it be concisely described, that's what it is.
Santiago, is that correct?
Quantum is the action, right, of quantizing energy, right, into a particulate form. And what that actually comes out to be is you're treating energy as if it's made up of a lot of particles.
Quantum is a verb.
See, I don't know about all that.
I
You
don't
know
like
what I'm
that
saying?
terminology at all there, Santiago.
So how can we see this is let me highlight this. The fact that you can't even establish the morphology of the term, whether it's a verb or a noun, is patently indicative that this is incoherent nonsense. So work it out. Is it a verb or is it a noun?
Quanta is a measurement. It's like saying an inch. One quanta is like a unit of measurement.
Okay, so that would be a noun.
Quantum physics has to do with physics at that unit of measurement.
That's
which
still
is
noun.
Answer my question directly, please, since you're interjecting. Answer my question directly, please, since you're interjecting. So that's a noun, yes?
Quanta is a noun. Quantum is an adjective. Quantize is a verb.
Okay. So that's a very interesting use of the borrowed Latin words, because quanta and quantum are both nouns, the former being plural, the latter being singular. So why borrow the Latin words and then change the morphology?
Because who gives a fuck as long as we know what each other is
Gregory,
talking
you're
about?
right. That's exactly what it means if you would have asked me the difference between quanta and quantum. One versus many. Or more than one.
So especially to the person who said, who gives a fuck? So you don't care about consistently using terms,
As long as
which
we're
therefore is a
in the
recipe for
conversation.
confusion and makes knowledge impossible. So you're out. So those who want to be logically consistent with their choice of words, I want to engage you. I hope that's Santiago at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up?
So is quanta, just to clarify, is quanta a noun or a verb?
It's a noun.
Is quantum a noun or a verb?
It's an adjective, right?
Is it an adjective?
I would imagine. So it would be a noun.
Well, it wouldn't be a noun if is it a noun or is it an adjective or is it a verb?
Are adjectives
Usually an
nouns as well?
adjective.
Yeah.
No, adjectives describe a noun.
Okay. Whatever. What's your point, man?
The very fact, I just said it, I'll say it again. The very fact that folks cannot even be consistent with one another, let alone themselves, or the other way around, with themselves, let alone one another, about the very morphology of the term, whether it's a noun, a person, place, or thing, or a verb, an action, or an adjective, a descriptor, right? You can't know what you mean. You can't just defy grammar and think you're going to say something meaningful, let alone known to be true. That's the problem.
Why are you talking about quantum physics on the surface level of whether it's a noun or a verb?
Because if you are saying meaningless things, it
You might
doesn't
be
even
saying
rise to the
meaningless things
dignity
right
of
now.
an error.
I still have no idea what you mean.
I'm going to have to say it again because I'm going to
These
talk to the
guys
answer.
can't be unmuted at the same time because they keep doing it. That's
See?
the reason this conversation hasn't came to a conclusion.
No, dude,
Only
Gregory,
one of them.
you can call somebody out for saying meaningless stuff.
So only one of their mics should be open, because every time one gets asked a question, the other one interjects. It's happened over and over. So something has
He's
to be
right.
done right.
Yep.
Eli's right. So I am concentrating my replies to Santiago. MPX just keeps interjecting. This is too lofty of a subject for the cross talking. Can't do it.
And All I asked for was what you meant when you said meaning earlier, or meaningful, and we still haven't gotten an answer to that. But go off, King.
Yeah,
There needs to
you
be a
did get an
clear
answer to
connection
it.
to flat Earth.
So
No, you repeated the exact same question again.
see, he doing it again. See,
It's
I
like
think
it's
we need
like
to
when
steer
you
this back
ask
to
for
flat Earth, guys.
moderation, you're attacked for wanting moderation when it's valid. I just want one of the two people
Okay, well,
that keep
this is
ping ponging between each other to just can we do something about that?
yeah, Elijah. See, the issue is somebody's engaging freely, willingly with somebody, and they know the person is kind of not engaging with you, or another person's chiming in.
No, that's not the problem. Two people are trying to engage with Gregory at the same time. That's the problem.
Okay.
He doesn't have a problem with engaging them. They just keep doing it at the same time. Can you do something about it, please?
Yeah. So okay. So where do we leave off at? What's the current question on the table? Like
right
what's the
now,
meaning of quantum? The quantum
yes,
realm, right? Okay.
right now I'm defining the critique.
And
So
then
again, as I've said already,
MPX and Santiago have slightly different concepts of this. And Santiago said he's taken some college classes concerning this topic.
Correct.
Yeah, you're caught up.
Okay.
Yeah. So where we are right now at the very latest is me saying again, I'm exposing that they are so confused as to what they mean by what they say that they are reduced to unintelligible meaninglessness. And if you are speaking meaninglessness, if you're speaking meaningless words or not being consistent with your utilization of your choice of words, then you cannot even know it to be true. It's not even meaningful. And if it's not meaningful, it doesn't even rise to the dignity of an error, let alone truth, let alone known to be true. That's a refutation.
Okay, well done, dude. Great. So that matters whether it's a noun or a verb, right? That's it.
Okay.
That's all you got. That's it.
So moving forward now. So since I've made that critique, hopefully if you want to demonstrate that you know what you're talking about concerning this quantum fill in the blank, like I've said multiple times, it's time to be meaningful and consistent.
Look, because if you're so focused on the semantics of whether quantum or quanta is a noun or a verb, okay? I mean, if I tried to bring up a word like Hilbert space, what does that even mean to you? There's no communication there, right? Because
I literally just said move on. And you're not moving on.
Is Hilbert space a noun or a verb?
Well, technically.
So we have to wait until he is done with this tirade so he can move on.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Technically, the reason for all of this is because one of you guys.
I don't need to sit here and listen to this unless there's a point, Gregory.
Yeah, the point is one of you guys proposed that energy and matter were the same. So this line of reasoning was supposed to adjudicate that. It didn't.
Yep.
Do you have anything
because
else?
you weren't finishing out the epistemic line that we were going down. You just got stuck on the meaning word.
They're doing it.
Are we going to move forward? Or we're going to bicker again?
Hold on a second. Just a moment.
Answer the question about
MPX.
Yes, Kay.
I will moderate you if you continue to speak over people. Let's try to have some sort of organized conversation here.
Thank you.
We could move on. Let's just be clear. Santiago knows more about quantum physics than everybody in here combined, regardless of semantic arguments. Like, let's not get that confused. Thank you.
He doesn't even know what it is, though, right?
I mean, goddamn. So moving forward.
Well, okay. The issue is that how did you adjudicate Glory? Like for you, Glory, how did you adjudicate that he knows more than everyone else when he hasn't articulated these concepts? Even after he said he did a college class where he had to articulate these concepts to get a grade.
Okay, we can start off by does anyone here think they know more about quantum physics than Santiago? As a basic level.
I've also taken physics 3 and had to study quantum physics.
Okay,
he
but
probably
his
has more
knowledge-
education on me.
Okay,
Don't derail this.
I'm not asking for your opinion on the,
Here it is again.
quality of his knowledge.
Excellent time for moderation.
Okay, it is what it is.
His knowledge on the matter is supposed to adjudicate the problem that we started with. The claim that matter and energy is the same thing. Did he do that?
I did not. I wasn't even here for that.
Oh, so then why are you talking then?
Well, I'm talking because my response to
It's
your
a red
question.
herring from the point then.
My response to your questioning was what quantum physics is, what quantum mechanics is a description.
Understand, but I
It's a
understand,
description,
but I
objective
understand, but the
description of
general
experiment.
topic of the discussion stemmed
It's a
from.
mathematical model, right?
Excellent time for moderation again.
I'm going to let it go. Please, everyone, just one at a time. Everyone.
Probably switch
I'm trying
topics.
to like,
This
I'm
seems like it's
trying
not
to
going
make
anywhere.
blend the sides here. I'm not sure where
No,
the attacks are coming
you're
from or what
offering.
the arguments are even about.
So does anyone still care about the? I mean, because the only reason we've been talking about this, and I heard Apocryphon, I heard Gregory's frustration with me. Now I'm trying to be laser focused in what the topic was about initially. So again, like you have a person that wasn't you, Santiago, that stated that light and matter was the same thing. So what you're talking about is has no relation.
Well, let me say this.
I don't make truth
Let me
claims
say this
like
so we can move on. Just let me
I do
clarify where
not
we
make
are.
truth claims like that.
Santiago,
Even though I
dude.
know about physics,
Dude, please.
Yeah, I don't think that physical model can make a truth claim about
Santiago,
these things.
this
Go
is your
ahead.
problem, dude.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where we are is after I completed engaging MPX on the initial question about what is the nature of light, right? What state of matter is it? And then again, this Einsteinian fallacy, and then that was refuted. Then Santiago, after that, moving forward, then objected to what he thought was MPX's failure to correctly represent quantum fill in the blank. So then we engaged him on that. And after engaging him on that, now what we last left is that he was not even being consistent, both him and MPX are not even being consistent with their words, nor are they even saying meaningful words, because they couldn't even identify the very category of a language that they were using the keyword in, so as to make it meaningful, so as to have, some possibility of knowing it to be true. If you're saying meaningless things and inconsistently, you can't know what you're talking about. That's where we left
Let's
off.
make this meaningful right now. Use E equals MC squared to prove Earth is a globe. Globers, go.
I would like to hear what's the contradiction with E equals MC squared with the globe.
Yeah, well, why don't we accept it for the sake of discussion? Now use it to prove Earth is a globe. You're in the 24/7 flat Earth room, so go ahead.
No, you tell me why you don't like E equal MC squared.
I said I accept it for the sake of the discussion. Now prove Earth is a globe with it.
You accept it, like accept it?
Do I have to say it again for a third time? Now prove Earth is a globe with it.
I mean, it doesn't have a lot to do with it, right?
No. Okay, let's move on. Thanks.
The only reason I began talking about it was to fill the air. Someone engaged me, then I engaged, and now here we are. Now moving forward.
I would love to go down.
Yeah, I mean,
the
I've been
route of
asking questions for a
meaningfulness.
while. Like, is water and ice the same thing? Well, I can't think to be two things at the same time.
This isn't the 24/7 physics homework group, okay?
I know, right?
How
You
you
guys don't
could
know Jack.
how you could tie it in E equals MC squared with the globe is how most famously Einstein had said, if you use this formula to make a weapon, I don't know what weapons World War III will be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
You guys don't think that nukes are fake, right? But
Yeah,
should
you're kind
pull
of
out
bricked.
I don't know what they are.
Yeah, Percival, you're too bricked for this conversation.
I never had a DOEQ clearance to understand nuclear weapons, so no.
So in the globe world paradigm, would countries amass weapons that would destroy all life on the known universe? At the same time, they tell you they're boldly going where no one has gone before to advance the human condition and push human consciousness into space. Seems like a contradiction, if you ask me. And what's even more contradictory is the 7 countries that claim they're boldly going where no one has gone before are the same countries that have large stockpiles of nuclear weapons. North Korea, Iran, China, Russia, America, France.
Mhm.
So how is it such a contradictory worldview when the only defense strategy they have is to completely deny Newton's flaming sword, where he said all disagreements will be settled via experiment. No violence, no struggling. Show your experiment, then let's debate the results. And then on the backside of that, say, I've got weapons that I amassed via Operation Paperclip in a faux weapons program that's now just called Space Force, used to be called NASA, if they don't get their geopolitical positioning the way they want it. Check out the movie ISS. It just came out last year. They talk about these concepts like in ad nauseum and put people kind of like in a space drama.
Yeah, where the Russians and Americans had to go against each other.
Yeah, and then how do the astronauts and cosmonauts, how do they treat each other on space station? So what they ended up doing is like it's a reboot of the movie Hell in the Pacific or Enemy Mine. It's kind of like that theme. It's like where in Hell in the Pacific, a Japanese and American fighter pilot shoot each other down. They crash land on a remote island and have to work together to survive. In Enemy Mine, the same type of thing. Human and alien shoot each other down on a remote planet, unsurvivable, hostile planet with some dangerous predator creatures and stuff. And they have to learn to survive, even though they're just at war. Like they just shot at each other. And then this is the same thing. So now you've got this scientific experiment set up, and they're kind of sniping each other's ideas. And all of a sudden, nuclear war happens down on Earth. How do the astronauts and cosmonauts respond to that? It's kind of an interesting movie. You should check it out.
Spoiler alert: they end up fighting.
See, my take is this, they had to do that because the truth is stranger than fiction. If the ISS and Antarctica are true, then how come they can get along there but not anywhere else? It seems to me the two places they can get along are like Narnia. They don't exist. It's just on paper. It's a paper construct. Antarctica in like low orbit space travel or whatever, these places don't exist. That's why it's easy to get along. No problems. They don't have to worry about actually cohabitating the space station because there isn't a space station to cohabitat. Just pretend.
Yeah, this is a real fact. Russian government and U.S. government, they hate each other to the guts.
Yep, enemies on Earth, but friends in space.
Yeah.
Riddle me that, Batman.
I think it's a lot bigger than that, than just this old Cold War hatred carried over. I think it's like way bigger than that, to where the powers that be are actually perfectly fine with one another, but it's the media that propagates this like hatred and like, oh, we hate each other. No, they don't like us because when you see them shaking hands and talking, like they look civil. They look because they're rich. They're the elite. What are they fighting about? They got everything they ever fucking want in the world. They don't care. But it's like positioning and jockeying for power. Yeah, I get it. But it's the media that propagates this. Oh my God, they hate us and we hate them and they're gonna nuke us and we're gonna nuke them. And it's like, dude, that's conjured up in a sci-fi as well, dude.
Well, it's very important that the normal people, the 99% that work for the 1%, that they are being kept dumb in a way that there is a team to choose, and then you're gonna have an enemy team that you go against, and that's the circle jerk that is going on. I'm against this current thing, and I'm for the thing you're against, and I'm the middle guy, and I'm here is the conspiracy nut that talks about aliens, the unwoke guy, and and then there's the spiritual new ager and whatnot. It's just all these distractions to separate the people, because as soon as we would become one, let's say everybody would go through the Reformation and understand we're all brothers and sisters, we're all from Adam and Eve. and the only King of all kings that has resurrected and lives on is the Messiah, Jesus Christ, then the whole world would change. But as long as everybody is just looking at each other as different, the 1% will be in control, and the 99% will still be working for them. That's how it works.
Too, it's
Well,
like. Oh, go ahead, Elijah.
the government is
Oh,
actually
okay.
posing,
You're not Eli.
taking a parental. The government takes a parental position. So whenever we have an idea like we are a family and we have to be united together, that is threatening to the government because it demolishes its parental position.
Given the intentions that the current magistrates have. And so, in summary, what they just described is tactics of tyranny, tactics of manipulation. Right. You have divide and conquer, you have distraction and deception, and you also have bread and circuses. So divide and conquer.
Hegelianism. Don't forget Hegelianism.
Yeah, that's a part of it. That's especially the Hegelian dialectic. What Get just referred to is you can categorize it under distraction and deception and divide and conquer. And so with the Hegelian dialectic, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. You manufacture the problem, you manufacture the reaction to that problem, and then apply the pre-planned solution to it.
Yeah, that's kind of like a firefighter starts a fire to put out the fire and then look like the hero.
Yes, that's a very appropriate analogy right there.
That happens quite a bit. You guys should look that up, how many times that's actually happened.
Yeah, deliberate larceny.
Every time.
Yeah, right.
It's not every time. I'm saying there's been a lot of cases where firefighters would drive around town starting fires and then and then responding to the emergency and then pulling it out.
Well, so there's a multitude of analogies that we can make, which are entirely apropos to this Hegelian dialectic, so-called. Now, the reason it's called Hegelian dialectic is because in George.
You cut out.
Yeah, he cut out there.
Gregory, you cut out.
So Mother Earth isn't. He's squawking hard about eclipses.
I want to say something about this Hegelian dialect. It's mostly encountered in the politics, and it's right when they want to give a certain law upon us. They will actually appeal to this technique. They will create a problem.
Right.
They
And a solution.
wait for the reaction of people requesting a solution, and now the government comes with the solution. This law is going to fix the things. Which, previously people would not need that law, and nobody would accept it because it will be against
Hence the Patriot Act. They needed to put that into place. What sparked it? 9/11. And then, so that's the problem. So then the Patriot Act was the solution. But think about it. The Patriot Act was a document that would have taken years to put together, or at least half a year, because it was over 6,000 pages of very, very, very particular. Dude, they didn't make that up in 1 week or I'm sorry, 1 month that it took them to create it.
Well,
that's something that was thought of years ago.
It took hundreds of experts, like lawyers, judges, to actually write that act. To think.
Yeah, it was a collective of over years, and dare I say it, probably even something that was birthed previously. When there was these think tanks that were created within the White House, and they've continuously had these, these type of documents come out from those meetings, and or should I say, those solutions come out from those meetings, but they have to, implement the problem, and we in our lifetime we've seen it happen multiple times in multiple instances, and that's why that's why things are the way they are, because the governments are doing this over and over again.
And it's funny because at those meetings, ordinary people, citizens, they are not going and they are not present there. They are not even welcome to be there. Only these businessmen, corporate presidents, they go there and meet directly with the politicians, and they tell the politicians, "Oh, our corporation wants this law. We want this law to be given because it's good for business and stuff." And those laws are good for the corporations themselves, not for us,
Yeah,
Right.
And
well, I mean, that's 100% true. I try to tell
yeah,
people that all the time, but like, guess
yeah,
what? We all have equal opportunity to go corporate. That's the thing. Like,
yes, true, yeah,
and the only reason I'm not like, oh, they're treating the man, they're putting the man down. It's like, because like it does appear that you need buyers and sellers. Call it
yeah.
what you want, but in history, we've always needed to trade value for value, and the persons that were engaged in that had to accept. We already have that system now. Just because people aren't happy about it or their position in it doesn't mean that they don't accept it, because they do accept it. People can talk about politicians till they're blue in the face, but you know what would really fix people's lives?
What?
Something as simple as a financial plan.
Yes, true,
If you
very
going to
true.
Mexico
Yeah.
and you ain't never been to Mexico, you ain't gonna try to get there without the GPS. But if you ask any, raise your hand right
Any
now.
Spanish
If you
guy,
have,
yeah,
raise your hand right now if you have something like a financial GPS planned from now to your retirement. If the answer is no, this is why people are suffering. They don't even know what they're doing. A politician can't stop you from getting your house in order. Doesn't even affect you.
yeah.
Unless they're trying to tear down some street that you live on, or other than that, most people's problems
Well,
are because they're not intentional about what they're doing.
I will do like my grandparents did, just work
You know
till
what
the
I'm saying?
last day. Yeah.
But if you don't have a plan for something, it's safe to say that you're going to get whatever someone gives you, right?
Yeah, I want to actually make my own stuff,
Yeah,
my
everybody
own
should.
business. Yeah, yeah. I am
Will
working
everybody?
hard
No,
to
that's
I am working hard to fix my house in the mountain, to make the good living conditions, and also a workshop, And when
nice,
I'm done,
nice.
I will move there. Yeah,
That's all I'm
that's
saying.
why
Like
I,
I've heard people argue about like politics and this, that, and the third. I've never heard someone mention a financial game plan, not once,
yeah,
in this place.
it's true. Me neither. Yeah, it's a very good point and important because it's a life matter, the life quality.
I mean, I'm sure you've all heard it before. They always have say, you know, it would be smart to teach like children about finances and have classes in the school curriculum, because that's probably the most important thing they could take away from education or in education.
Yeah.
But the reality is though that is not advantageous for the powers that be, because they don't. If you had a bunch of people that are smart and they knew what they're doing and they're like financially, then you won't have to rely on them when they create these conditions that make you rely on them, and then you're adherent to like whatever they say and whatever goes. Because if your house was financially stable, you wouldn't care about what they're doing. Absolutely right.
So
And you probably
that's
would
what
be a.
makes.
Go ahead.
No. Finish your point, bro.
I was just going to say that's usually what's going to make somebody like differentiate from being on one side of the table or the other. When you are on a side of desperation and like this impoverished, oh my gosh, please help me. And then this party comes along like, hey, we can help you. Those people hate you. You're like, okay, I'm going to be for you. They purposely are creating that then in the long run, in the big picture of it. It's then
Well,
becomes a
yeah.
political game.
Well, I mean, when you look at when you look at TV, like specifically in my neighborhood, my favorite movies, like a good portion of them are gangster movies. You know, so in these, remember these are movies, so they
Right.
have the opportunity to educate people through these movies. But what they do is just show you someone dies, nothing happens. Maybe someone loses a house or someone's gonna lose a house, so you got to go sell drugs. Like
Right.
they don't like say, damn, well, if your father had a financial plan, like you'd be all right. Like none of that's in there. It's just the thing that perpetuates
Right.
the problem. So it's like,
Ex-
okay, like how nefarious does this get? Right? Because it's like, well, because obviously people can't see FE specifically because they're just like, no, this is just too big. There's no way. And obviously they think about the school system. So now that we're talking about the school system, I'd like to make a statement. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. The education system isn't there to educate you on finance. It's there
You are
to
correct.
make you a debt slave.
Absolutely. It's exactly. It's not there to teach you how to escape the problems that your parents may be in right now. They teach you how to get acclimated to those conditions that your parents are in, and this is the system that you're in, and you're going 8 hours a day. You wake up, you go, you're there, you go home. They're creating this normality, if you will, that's going to be in your future, because you're going to get older and have to work and do the same exact thing for 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday. They're literally teaching you, and they're programming, and they're making you get used to this life, and that's usually what ends up happening from out of school to work. And then you're working Monday through Friday, and you get you get Saturday and Sunday off. Yay, just like school did. So you're used to it. But then you get into retail, and you might have to work Saturday and Sunday, and then you're like, damn, I don't even have weekends no more. It sucks being an adult. But all that time, they never taught you how to get out of that situation where you're having to work 5 days a week instead of teaching you how to be financially, free by letting your money make money for you,
You know
and
what's
not
funny?
make you.
You know what's funny? It's crazy because the moment you say financial freedom, everybody matter of fact, you say flat earth, right? Online, and people go crazy. You say financial freedom, and in the same way, people go crazy. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, so you're saying that people just want to be poor? It's like, okay, Globe. I mean, whatever this is, that's stopping me from trying to get down to the bottom of the simple truth. Well, okay, guys, I just thought plan would be better than no plan. Oh, so
Right.
you blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's funny you say that, because outside of Discord and Flat Earth, as many know, I was an iron worker. I got hurt though a year and a half ago, and my doctor
Sorry to
said
hear
you're not
about
gonna.
that, man.
Yeah, no worries, brother. Like, it hurts, bro, because I love doing what I do, man. I loved it, bro. But the doctor said you can't be doing that no more. You're too messed up. So, anyways, so what had happened was one of my buddies who actually got me in the trade. He's setting me up, dude. He's like, okay, look, you can't do that, but it doesn't mean you can't make good money still. So he set up this thing on a meeting with like 3 iron workers have already done this, and they've been doing it. Matter of fact, one dude he retired as an iron worker. He's only Jesus is only 34, 35, retired as an iron worker, and it just clearly in this just went all in this investing thing. And that is the financial freedom that that I spoke about just a minute ago, about learning how to get into that. So right now, all he does, he takes money, he invested in there's 3 different companies, and they turn a profit. In the 4th month, they give him a profit every 4 months. Every investment has a contract for 1 year, and you put in an initial first $5,000. In 4 months, you get 6,000. Another 4 months, you get another 6,000. The last month, it's the 18,000 total you end up having from 5,000. And dude, Jesus, he's smart. All he does is he does 1 contract a month. So every month he puts back 5,000. But he